Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be doing some more Crystalline Conflict. And that's pretty much it. We're going to be continuing as Scholar. And we're continuing from like just on the cusp of dropping out of gold. So hopefully we don't like start the session by losing twice. Hey P2P2. I see the renaming worked just fine. I hope you're doing well. What arena are we dropping into? Palestra? And then after half an hour we're in Volcanic Hearts. That's nice. Last week I don't think we got to see anything of Volcanic Heart. So that's nice. And regarding the question I posed for the chat, my favorite PvP limit break is probably... I think it would be Black Mages, where it empowers your next 6 like basic spells. It's almost like getting 2 triple casts back to back, but it's a bit more complicated than that. That's why I really like it. I don't think there's any way to implement it into PvE that makes any sense. Because it's basically like 1 polyglot and 2 triple casts. That's pretty much it. Hey, Coupage, welcome to the stream. So a limit break is in like PvE content. It's like a bar that you charge up that you use like once, maybe twice over the course of a dungeon or a boss fight. That does a lot of damage or blocks a lot of damage or heals everyone for a bunch depending on what role your job is. In PvP, every job has a unique one, completely unique to the job. Like for instance, as Scholar, I summon a pet to help me for a little bit. So it would be difficult to go over what it means for every job due to how unique it is. I don't think I can save him. You could... It's not exactly an endgame thing. Limit breaks are also used in low-level dungeons. It's just not actually explained very well. So it might appear a lot more exotic than it actually is because of that. Santo says, I always use a ranged or caster limit break on trash packs and dungeons if I'm playing that role. That is a good idea. In most scenarios, it is actually more effective to do that than saving the melee limit break for the boss. Mainly because the only benefit you typically garner from using it is that if if Limit Break 2 happens to become ready in time on the last boss, then you might be able to kill it slightly faster. I might be dead. Yep. So, just for a little summary there, Ninja's Limit Break allows them to, if you're below 50% health and they use their Limit Break on you, and you're still at less than 50% when they finish the animation, then you just die. There's nothing you can do about it. You either have more than 50% health and you survive it, or you die. And I didn't have any mana left to heal myself, so I could just watch myself get killed, and I could see the Limit Break bar ready. So I knew that it was coming. But as I said, Kupaj, the Limit Break is available from the very first dungeon you do, but it's just not actually explained in the game very well. I don't think there's ever a time in the game where they actively go out of their way to explain to you what on earth it is. Oh wow. But if you're only level 37, then there's still a long ways to go. But you can actually do PvP by level 30 if you've progressed far enough in the game to reach it. I think the only requirement to enter PvP is that you have to have chosen a grant company, which you do at around level 15 or so, I believe. Or is it 20? Yeah, the only things required to enter PvP is that you need to have a grant company chosen, and you need to be level 30 and have a job crystal. I think that's actually the only requirements. Nope. That's too late, Summoner. Hi, Exo. How are you doing? Yeah. PvP is also a pretty huge leap away from PvE. Just to give the quick summary. How can I explain it? What job do you play at Copage? You're probably extremely ahead in levels. That's completely it's completely normal. I'm playing through the story again on another character, and I'm nearly level 81, and I'm just about to start the Shadowbringers story that starts at level 70. So it's pretty normal to be like 10 or more levels ahead of the story if you're just pushing on that. You're a monk. Okay, so just to put into perspective how different PvP is, you can see I have all of these actions as a monk. But when I'm in a PvP zone, this is it. This is everything. There's a single button to perform a 7 steps long combo, and you just click that repeatedly, and then it just happens naturally. And then you just have a few other buttons. So the toolkit is so different that even if you have played Monk in PvP for years and are a master of the job or something, the moment you enter a PvP zone, you have to stop and read your actions because you have no idea. You have no chance of knowing. So, the long and the short of it is that your main in PvE is probably not necessarily the same as your main in PvP because of how different the jobs are. Like, something you really like in your main in PvE might not actually be a thing for the job in PvP, or some other job has a cooler feature in PvP. For example, I don't main Scholar in PvE, not at all. There are several jobs I play more, but in PvP it is at the moment my favorite because of the specific aesthetic of it. I love the concept of spreading debuffs and spreading buffs, and that's the only thing Scholar really does in PvP. Like, that's the thing it does. Exo says, I love PvP frontlines, it's mayhem. Yeah, if you want to get into PvP, you should start with frontlines. It's like 24 versus 24 versus 24. It's so many people on the field that there's a lot of randoms in there. Like, randomness in the battle, so there's a huge chance that it's just completely random who wins at times. It is not entirely random, but it means that there's so much chaos that you have freedom to learn. You don't just die because the enemy team is better, like you might in Crystalline Conflict. And yeah, Scholar tends to, especially in frontline, it tends to do an obscene amount of damage because it just applies its thought to everyone. Ah, they failed their kill opportunity on me. It's very nice. We have someone calling, like, marking targets. I'm not very good at that, so I don't do that, even though I know it's really helpful. I don't think I have enough to help him. Oh, but you have to step up to the plate or we're winning. You can't run away now, friend. Oh, we got it. You came from World of Warcraft, Copage. I see. I think you could say that Final Fantasy XIV has chosen to go in a very different way than World of Warcraft did, in that Final Fantasy XIV's jobs are, as I said, they, instead of trying to make the PvE toolkits function in a PvP setting, they used to do that. Sometime this expansion, they decided to like take everything they'd built, throw it out the window, and start again. And made every job with just a few buttons like this, where every button is a lot more meaningful. Where back in Shadowbringers, for instance, most jobs had a lot of their PvE toolkit. It just didn't work as well in PvP. I would say, like, if you imagine the like rotations in PvE, where some jobs take like a minute to build up to what it is that they actually want to do. In PvP, the toolkit was similar in that what would take you a minute to build up to in PvE might take 20 or 30 seconds in PvP. The problem is that if your toolkit isn't like extremely front-loaded in PvP, you're dead by the time your big payoff comes around. 20 seconds is too long. Which means that most jobs in PvP, if they have some big payoff to build up to, it's just carried in the limit break in some capacity. And then that just charges over time, and then you can use that when you need it, or when you want to. Yeah, balancing would be very difficult. I think PvP still, I don't know if it is super well balanced, but I feel like we get balance changes in PvP more often than in PvE recently. Like, every patch has like a small thing for PvP. Not always in PvE. Which also brings me to the point where there are certain jobs that have gotten nerfed just a little bit. Every patch since the PvP rework. White Mage, Ninja a little bit. I think Warrior has been like pushed a bit down and a bit up repeatedly. There was also that time where they overbuffed Black Mage because people complained that it was practically useless, only for Yoshi P, you know, the producer, to test it and say that it wasn't bad, and they had to pull it back again because they had overbuffed it. That was legendary. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish by doing that. He did nearly no damage. Oh, now I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead, because apparently they didn't manage to pull through with their burst. They pushed me to the brink, and then changed target right at the very last moment. Oh. I saw a Dragoon limit break, and the awkward thing about that is that you can't tell the difference between your teams or the enemy teams. The Samurai has limit break. We need to be careful about that. He might be baiting. Somehow we made it out. Well, I tried to carry the crystal all the way to the finish, but they wouldn't let me. This is getting quite chaotic, actually. Wow. Can we deal with the ninja on the crystal, maybe? It's incredible how well they're holding on. That was intense. Just a constant slow push from start to finish. Kopage says, the more I learn about Yoshi, the more respect I have for him. Yeah, I agree. It's you get surprised. It's really like, if you come from other MMOs or even other games, you get really surprised with how much of a presence he has over the game. That's also why so many players attribute so much of the value of the game to him, because he is such a huge part of it. But it's just to go over the toolkit. I also did that last PvP stream, but it's not a bad idea to go over it again. The Scholar toolkit has a dot, a damage over time effect you can spread to enemies, like with one button, and that dot also reduces the damage they do. Then you also have a small shield that is significantly weaker on defense, that heals a little bit and then applies a shield. And you can spread that to your team as well. But the key thing is that it also increases the damage of everyone that has it. It applies a separate buff, so it's not related to the shield. And you can spread that too. The thing is that a button you use to spread you only get one use of that every 15 seconds, whereas you can apply the dot and apply a shield every 15 seconds, so you can't always do both. Then you have a button that is like a run speed boost for you and your party, and it also makes the next one of those two buttons stronger, slightly more shield and things like that. Which you can use like that to spread. A really strong dot is the common use of it. Because the dot is so much stronger than the than the shield, it's typically only the dot that you want to really spread and really boost. Nice. And another thing that Scholar specifically can do is that it has a button that makes healing done. Like, it nerfs the amount of healing enemies do for a while. I call it the cough, because it's just like a dust, like a puff of smoke that you like shoot out on the enemies. My team is very, very split. I don't know what to do about that. And somehow the enemies manage to like rotate perfectly so that we can't kill anyone. We just keep almost killing players. And then they just rotate around and get away. A very good teamwork. I'm guessing it's what we're not seeing is that the enemy team is very good at both rotating around, but also covering each other's escape and things like that. Surprise! You're dead! What can we do? But it's the value people put in your GP really tells a lot about how much it matters to the players that like the leaders of these game projects are actually visibly there, so that it doesn't feel like the people making the game aren't actually playing it, for instance. Oh man, they're really good at catching you just when you need to cast heals. Can we help him? No, we cannot. It's just overwhelming force. I think one of them on the enemy team is very good at the shot calling. So they just mark who to kill, and then everyone turns and smacks that specific player. And then there's nothing you can do. Like, when I put down my Seraph from my limit break, I can heal for an enormous amount. If you let me, if you just let it happen, it will heal for an unreasonable amount over time. But what happens is that the enemy team just marks me, and then they all cast a spell that does, you know, between 8 to 10,000 damage, and if they all do that, then I die the moment that my guard drops. That is why it matters so much to do shot calling. The problem is that if you call the wrong shot, you will be the reason your team loses. Oh right, the map change. It has been half an hour. Yeah, if you mark the wrong target, then people will be less likely to follow it. Welcome to the stream, Lawrence. No, never tried Final Fantasy XIV PvP. I'm currently in Shadowbringers MSQ. I want to ask a question. How hard is it to get a seasonal armor set? Is it really grindy? Let's say that you do the daily frontline every single day. Then there is a reasonable chance that you will get to the season rank 25 within the 4 months that a series lasts. But if you're just in PvP for the seasonal set, then you really owe someone AFK. They better not be. Well, that is a great start. When someone is AFK for the first 30 seconds, even after giving the hello to indicate they're there. What's the point of the hello if people just say hello and then go AFK? Thank you, Lawrence. Yeah, if sorry, I sort of trailed off there. If you're only doing PvP for the seasonal set, you should not be doing frontline because it's way faster to accumulate the series experience by doing Crystalline Conflict. So if it's just for the set, then you should not be doing frontline. Although you should probably learn the basics of your job in frontline. Once you've learned that, start doing Crystalline Conflict. It's a lot faster. Sansa says, it says you'd probably play more PvP if it wasn't so ping reliant. There's a bunch of reasons why it's acting like that. Basically, some of the most clear examples where you can see the ping or the server shenanigans of Final Fantasy XIV standing out is for things like when a ninja uses their limit break, and it was clearly like it was a sure thing on their perspective. The opponent had absolutely less than 50% health, but then they don't die for who knows what reason. It's more because you know how a lot of things, it takes like half a second for things to happen. If you know how slide casting works in Final Fantasy XIV, the reason why it works is because the server decides that you finish the cast after many seconds, right? If it takes 2.5 seconds, it'll say you probably finished it by now after 2 seconds. Imagine that slide casting exists in PvP, which means when you see that machinist run up to you to use limit break, although you wouldn't see them run up to you, they would just be using it from 5 miles away. When they click the button, you have already been hit, according for however the server's concerned. Which means that it doesn't matter that you're casting Garden now, because you died like half a second earlier. And that's like completely absolute. The problem is that from the player's perspective, it feels like the game's slow because you clearly clicked guard. The thing is that you clicked guard while on the enemy's side perspective, you were doing nothing. You were doing nothing. So it works both ways, and the reason why players find it so awkward is because it feels a little bit random, and humans, fun fact, don't understand randomness very well. If something is not in your favor, it feels unfair. If it is slightly in your favor, it feels fair, ironically. So when this randomness is equally both ways, it feels unfair, and it feels like the enemy is lucky every time, because you don't remember all the times where the opponent said, well, I wasn't at below 50% health. I was totally fine. Why did I die to the ninja limit break? I was fine. But it just doesn't work quite like that. I know it's a little hand wavy explanation, but it's sort of the reason why it is so awkward in PvP. And it does feel very laggy because Final Fantasy XIV is not that well designed for fast-paced PvP game mode. That is something that I will absolutely agree on. That PvP is probably a little too fast for this. Hey, we got it! Santos says, I've tried PvP with like 180 ping. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to work. That is just flat out not going to work. Santos says another thing is I'm really bad at seeing the nameplates with how small they are in this game. In WoW I just had bigger ones, so it helped. Yeah, in World of Warcraft, not only could you just customize bigger nameplates, You could also, typically, I believe the nameplates would automatically like shift around so that they wouldn't so they would never overlap, or you could at least use a setting to make it like that. Which, like, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Because if there's too many players, what's going to happen is that you click the button to show the nameplates, or they were already active, and you just see like an explosion of nameplates in your face, and you can't use the information for anything because it's just blocking everything. But it's still possibly better than you wanting to click the black mage, but there's a warrior standing 1 inch in front of them, so you can't click the black mage. Sansa says, I don't know if it's just me, or does tap targeting in this game feel weird, at least compared to WoW. Well, World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV has slightly different tap targeting logic, I think. Final Fantasy XIV also has multiple settings for your tap targeting, so if you needed to do something specific, it often helps to check the tap targeting options. There's very limited ones. What I would recommend is if you're doing PvP, you should use closest range and cone, because it makes it a lot more feasible to just tap to get the person smacking you in the back. If you're doing PvE, it's a little bit whatever you like, but I prefer on range jobs, especially if you're a healer that has to dot up a lot of enemies in a dungeon, to use line of sight and ignore depth, because then when you tap target, it will always go from left to right. I also use a lot of camera tricks to make sure that I target the right one. Like if I know the next mob I need to tap target to is like the next one on the list, if I turn my camera like this, I'll do that to make that work. So you have like you have to get really acquainted with how Final Fantasy XIV works for that to work. What on earth is happening right now? I don't know why he just tossed wildfire at me like so aggressively. Nice. Not nice. Ow, 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 ow. Owie. I cannot stop them from healing. But I can push the crystal. Nice. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm dead now. Now I'm dead. I don't know how I stood that long next to the warrior with like 1 HP and he just didn't use Fell Cleave on me. That got very chaotic very suddenly. Yeah, I tried. Now we need to make it out alive. That ninja is just going to town on us. Ah, that was the worst limit break I think I've ever done. Just didn't do anything. I guess that's maybe a good tip. If you're about to die, don't use your limit break, because it's not going to work. It will also not help for me to try and stand on the crystal to stop their progress if they are more players than me and they're standing on those things. On the checkpoints, essentially. Actually, if there's anyone watching that is completely new to Crystalline Conflict, I do have a... It's a little bit outdated now that there's a new map that has been added, but there is actually... I do actually have a starter guide for Crystalline Conflict so that you can get the basics. It doesn't cover the new map, but it covers like a lot of PvP basics and things like that. So if it's completely impossible for you to like get a decent overview over how the system works, then that is a good place to start. I'm going to die. Yeah. Is anyone on the crystal? Nope. And another reminder for anyone that is new to PvP, and I'm saying this because someone did the classic nice job after a defeat. If you're starting to feel a little bit salty and toxic while playing PvP, keep in mind that the mildly inappropriate things in other PvP games, like teabagging or emote spamming or marking people, is not okay in Final Fantasy XIV, and can and will get your account warnings or worse. Like, can actually get it escalated to a suspension. Do not start getting salty in PvP if you have the tendency to get mean with your party. Something as simple as repeatedly marking another player and unmarking them also counts. So take a break if it gets a little bit too much. It's not worth it. I'm just mentioning it because I saw someone do exactly that in the chat in game. Santos says, I generally just try to avoid talking. That also works. The reason why your communication in Crystalline Conflict is limited to some predetermined chat messages is specifically so that you can only say things that need to be said. And if you start to... Oh no. if you start to use these to spam, to be annoying, or be passive-aggressive by doing, you know, things like... well, that was effective. Like spamming messages like "good job" to other players. Just because it isn't inherently a mean thing to say, in context it is mean. And you have to remember that reports in Final Fantasy XIV are reviewed by human beings. So they can see the context that, yeah, you were saying good job, but you said it 18 times, and then you lost. There's probably a context there, right? Electric Burn just got to series level 15 last night. Congratulations! We're very split up. I don't know why we're acting and we're doing this. Congratulations, Electric. Did you know, fun fact, that if you're aiming for series rank 25, you're not even halfway to 25 yet, due to the escalating experience requirements each level. Like, rank 15 is like 40% of the way. Nice. That was a very, very consistent push all the way. Electric says, I know it's 5,500 for level ups now. I actually have a list. When you get to level 20, it jumps to 7,500. But if you do some Crystalline Conflict every now and then, you should get it. I mentioned this earlier, that you can probably get the rank 25 within a season, like within a series, which is around 4 months, by simply doing one frontline every day. You can probably do that, but it will probably also take less time to do 2 Crystalline Conflicts, and that will on average always be more than doing one frontline. Because if you win the frontline, you get 1,500 series experience. If you lose both of those 2 Crystalline Conflict matches, you get 1,400. So you're just losing 100. And if you're losing like very quickly because it's a really one-sided match, you can probably fit 3 before the guy that did a frontline is finished. So that is also why I'm saying, if you're in it for the series XP, it's probably better to just spam Crystalline Conflict. For multiple reasons. You also probably like, you also get more just done by spamming Crystalline Conflict. Santo's too busy decorating house to do Crystalline Conflict. And starting on Uwu prog this week. Oh, nice. I hope you get. I hope you have a good team. But it's not that you have to do Crystalline Conflict. If you want the series rewards, that is the main drive for a lot of players to even do PvP in the first place. But if you want the series rewards, then you kind of have to do some sort of PvP. You're doing it through Party Finder. Oof. What's with this summoner? They did this last match too. Is it intentional? To like slow the team down? Or what are they doing? Apparently it seems to work. It really drives the enemy completely off their game. Oh, I was so close. Now, I feel like we're getting surrounded somehow. Look at that! A summoner that used Phoenix! That's pretty smart. That worked really well. It really helped us survive the onslaught. Electric says I've only won 7 matches up to level 15. Whole time we just lose. Wish they made it joinable with friends. Electric, do you do Crystalline Conflict in the casual matches or the ranked matches? Santos says, I really need to check on other jobs and what's good in Crystalline Conflict. So far, Gunbreaker is the only one I've given a serious chance. As far as I know, Gunbreaker is really complicated in Crystalline Conflict. I think they got some buffs recently. But the problem with Gunbreaker is that I think a lot of players agree that Gunbreaker is really, really difficult to play well in Crystalline Conflict and Frontline for that matter, and it's not better enough. It's not better enough than other jobs to warrant putting in the effort. Like, if you want a more tanky, like takes the hits for your team kind of job, then Paladin does it better. If you want a job with a lot more like combat control, then Warrior does it better with its AoE stun, able to block guard completely, and also its pull-in. And if you want a tanky job that does damage, then Dark Knight sort of does it better. The advantage of Gunbreaker is that it can do all of those things. It's just that you need to be very good at knowing when to click what to make it work. Exactly, because of draw and junction. Electric says, I've been doing casual. I would recommend, Electric, that you try and do ranked. I know that you just said that you've just been losing all this time, but the thing is that as far as I know, the casual matchmaking is very likely to match you up against, you know, crystal or diamond ranked players, just as it can match up with unranked players, skill-wise. Which means that if you're not that experienced, you're probably going to experience a lot more of like complete steamrolls from either side because of how vast the skill difference can be between two teams. And if you're doing ranked, then if you're unranked, which you would start as, then you would at the very least at most be matched up with gold ranked players. And not that many of them, which makes it a lot more feasible that you win. It gives you a better chance of learning, and as you win, your rank increases, which means that eventually you will get matched with equally skilled players, so you'll get a lot more experience. I know that the simple fact that it is ranked and it feels like there's a lot more at stake makes it scary, but it does tend to give you more fair matchups, in my opinion. And if you don't care about getting a particularly high rank, then the difference between winning and losing is actually nothing. The only difference is that you're losing something that you just got if you win a match and then you lose a match. And Sansa says it's weird that Bloodfest isn't called Drawn Junction in PvE. That's a good point. That's a good point. I believe they even use the same animation. I'm pretty sure Drawn Junction uses the Bloodfest animation. For what it's worth. Ow. That was incredible that I got away with that. Surprise! You're dead! Ooh, potion, thank you. We don't want to make this trade here. It's not going to work out for us. No, you don't get to do that. The ninja's dead, I might be okay. Yeah, I always recommend trying ranked if you're doing a lot of Crystalline Conflict, because it's just better for both. It's more fun, in my opinion. You get more fair matchups and things like that. This is a very chaotic match. Oh, I didn't want to spread my dot anyway. It's fine. And apparently the dot does not break the elixir situation, eh? Nice. I don't know, Sansu. I don't know if Double Down would be better named Bloodfest. I think Double Down is a pretty good name for the attack. But personally, when we're talking about Double Down in the first place, I feel like the whole point of Double Down is a little silly. What I mean is that in Shadowbringers you have 2 cartridges and you use those during your burst. Then in Endwalker you unlock the 3rd cartridge, which means that you can much more reasonably fill out your entire burst with just cartridge actions. And then they give you Double Down, which completely nullifies the purpose of that 3rd cartridge in the first place. Now what it means is that you can just more feasibly spend your entire downtime not using Burst Strike. Whether that's better or worse, I don't know, but it just feels like you're taking one step forward and then one step back again. Like, it's the same reason why when Paladin got its rework, like right when it was completely new, because now it's been almost a month, I remember that a lot of Paladin mains were crying out for an attack that just spent the remaining sword oath you had, so that you could, you know, fix your burst every time without wasting sword oath. The idea is good, but the simple fact that you have to sacrifice sword oath to do that is intentional. It's supposed to be something that you have to sacrifice to get it. And the fact that you have to sacrifice it and it turns out to not be a DPS gain according to people that main the job, that have looked into it mathematically, just goes to show you that the reason why you don't have a button to spend all of your sword oath is because you don't need it. You don't need it. And 2, the rotation wasn't intended to work like that in the first place. But if you had a button that could spend all of your sword oath, imagine if you had an attack like Atonement 2, which spends 2 sword oath stacks instead of just 1. That's almost how Double Down feels. The difference is that Double Down is like objectively a great button to press, it's just it feels silly. And Santa says, I just hope level 100 Gunbreak ability is named Lionheart. Oh yeah. It's weird that there is no such reference yet. Speaking of which, there's these accessories in the post-game of Strange of Paradise, and one that makes you invincible and is like a knight-related button, or related ability, is called Lionheart. The Knight, not Gunbreaker or some such. It's really interesting mix-up. Wow! Hey Kosari, how are you doing? Electric says Strangers of Paradise was good. Just finished it. Have you done the DLCs? Because there's actually more story in the DLCs. And the last DLC just came out like a week ago or so. Wait, how long ago? The last DLC happened to come out on the same day that I posted my accessibility in video games video. This is a very, very brutal match. This. If you find the post game really rough to get through, I do recommend using the extra mode. You know, the one that they say you can use by clicking the middle mouse in post game. It's not as incredibly broken as it looks, and the quote-unquote rewards you're not getting is not, like, it's significant enough that the moment that I had a build that worked to the point where I didn't need extra mode anymore, I could see what loot I wasn't having, like, immediately, like, just like that. But the thing is that if you need extra mode to be able to just do content in the game, to, like, collect a decent starter set, then that's still way better than trying to get by without it, if you need it. That's okay, Kwasari. I know that some people don't really want to mess with the Epic Game Store. I don't really think too much on it. In that particular aspect, as I sometimes say, we each pick the battles that we want to fight, and you don't have enough fight in you to take every battle in your life. And I've decided that I don't want to take the fight about whether Epic Games Store gets to have my money or not. Especially not when games like Stranger of Paradise happens to land on it. You see, I have played Final Fantasy VII-R, and I didn't find it nearly as fun as Stranger of Paradise. Just to put it into perspective, I have not finished Final Fantasy VII-R, but I have finished Stranger of Paradise, like played the base story from start to finish 2 or 3 times, and have played like just some part of it multiple times, because it's an excellent experience to just play through the game. I love playing it on the hardest difficulty with no companions. It puts a lot more focus on whether you know what to do or not, because the NPCs are not there to help you. Kazadi says, we have Blasting Zone, Faded Circle, and Rough Divine. We only need the Lionheart. I suppose that's true. I wonder what Lionheart should do. Santa says, I don't care about EGS, I just think it's annoying to have multiple launches, and I think they still lack some functionality. You're probably right on that. When I want to play a game on the Epic Games launcher, I typically open the launcher, open the game, and when I'm done playing, I actively go out of my way to exit the launcher. I don't really do that with Steam. I just let it run in the background. What on earth is happening? That was not the button I wanted to press. This is rough. I liked it better when we had like balanced teams with a tank on both sides. What happened to that? Why does the enemy team have 2 healers and we only get 1? And why do they also get to have the tank? Oh, wow. I just want to point out that that whole burst, the icing on the cake was when I was one-shotted by the 51,000 machinist limit break. There was nothing I could have done about that except having somehow magically used guard in advance. I don't have 51,000 health. But that's the kind of stuff you can do when you have an astrologian on your team and also a machinist. Good lord, man! Can you leave me alone? Leave me alone! Shoo! Away! Are you serious, man? An electric plate, the Strangers of Paradise on PS4. I suppose that helps. Have you tried the new guns? You haven't played the DLCs yet. Alright. The thing is that the guns actually drop in the very first level of the game. So you could make a completely new save and just pick up a gun immediately and just play through the game from start to finish with that if you want to. Ow. We just barely managed to make the score 50-50 as it went into overtime. Like, we made that by like 5 seconds. I don't think we're going to win this. But right now, we're closer to winning. Although now we're multiple players down, so we're probably not winning. Mm. When you use the gun, you can hold like the basic attack button, the attack button to aim, and then you can like use your camera to point where you want to. And when you aim, you're like looking over the shoulder. But if you do the target lock on, it will just help aim for you. So I think it's pretty functional. In fact, if you're not trying to do something really specific, it's often helpful to just use the target lock on. Especially with smaller enemies that can easily dodge your shots by coincidence or by accident. The difficult part with Scholar that I've started to notice, and that's the thing when you do a lot of matches as just one specific job, is that you start to notice where it's strong and where it's weak. The time where Scholar is really weak is when your own team doesn't have the ability to follow up when you apply the shields to everyone and spread the dot to all the enemies. You doing 22,000 or 24,000 damage to all of the enemies is completely irrelevant if nothing else is added on top of it, because then the enemies will all each use one recuperate, and then they'll be kind of fine. You need to add quite a lot on top of that for anyone to die. And additionally, because Scholar's benefit is more in the fact that you keep damaging the enemies over a long time, it appears to be particularly strong when the fight keeps dragging out, like for a really, really, really long time. So then the dot really gets to work. It's particularly good when you can get a situation where you use Expedient to apply your dot and spread it, and then your limit break comes up, so you can use Seraph to get the recitation effect again, apply your dot and spread it, and then your Expedient comes up again, so you can apply your dot and spread it again, so you can do something like 72,000 damage over 45 seconds. But if the enemy has a really good matchup, like for example when the enemy team has something like an Astrologian and a Machinist on the same team, if those two jobs use their limit breaks together, the Machinist has the capability to kill pretty much any caster just from point blank. You can't do anything about that except preemptively click guard, but given that Astrologian's buff makes Machinist kind of strong enough to do that for around 5 seconds, you need to click guard before Machinist starts casting, and then hold your guard until the Machinist isn't strong enough to do it anymore. And even so, he could still just use limit break on you and smack you down to 10 HP. And then something like, a fly randomly pokes you and you die. And Electric says, to answer your question, the Dragoon limit break is pretty great. Yeah. I am still waiting for a better indicator for that limit break. The scariest part about the Dragoon limit break isn't even the damage, it's the fact that it is almost completely invisible. And you can't tell which Dragoon it is that is using it. Like, if there's a Dragoon on both teams, you can't know who's using it except by checking, oh, my Dragoon's limit break is less charged than the enemy's, so it's probably mine. Like, I'll take, like, a blue beam for blue team and a red beam for red team, both because it makes it more clear to see, and also because it means you can actually tell which one is yours. And while we're on the subject, Bahamut should also change color based on your team. Red Bahamut for red team, and blue Phoenix for blue team. Because you can't tell whose summon it is if there's two summoners in the match. And I don't think that's very optimal. Nice exchange. They used a lot on me. I have nothing left. Gonna steal your potion. We're not focusing anything. We're not focus. See, now we're in trouble because someone marked a target to focus, but they're not moving it, so no one knows what to do. What was our warrior doing way up in the back like that? Oh boy. This is really difficult to deal with. There's so many explosions. Not sure why we're so interested in dealing with the paladin specifically, but you have to switch to him if you're marking him. Otherwise this happens. Yeah, exactly, electric burn. Both Bahamut's are blue, so you have no clue if it's yours or the enemy's. I managed to mess up the order of those two buttons, so now I'm dead. Hey Shadow Center, how are you doing? Yeah, this was a good example. I mentioned earlier that it's super helpful to do target marking. Like, if someone on your team calls the shots and say, everyone attack this guy, that's super good. The problem is that you need to make sure to, first of all, mark a target that is reasonably feasible. You should not say, oh, the machinist is the highest priority target, so I'll just mark them with 1. yeah, your enemy is going to figure that out eventually, and then the machinist will just stand way in the back, and then your team will have to swim through their entire army of 4 other players to get to the machinist. And your team, assume that your team are not thinking very well. They're going to just attack the thing that you told them to, which means that they will not attack the 4 other people on the way to the machinist. So if you just mark the highest priority target and leave it there, people are going to die trying to satisfy that. Don't do the, oh, I'll just mark the black mage, or I'll just mark the machinist, and just leave the mark there. Similarly, just because the paladin is standing on the crystal doesn't mean that he's particularly important to deal with. Paladins have surprisingly low damage output. So if you ignore the paladin and kill anyone else, the paladin will leave the crystal. The paladin will use guardian to protect that person, and if that person isn't near the crystal, then the paladin isn't near the crystal anymore. And the paladin will do that. So don't focus the paladin if there's someone more easy to kill. And if you are going to mark the paladin, it only works if you give it all you've got. You only have a few seconds before the paladin will just, heal themselves up again. Or put their shield up. Selfish paladins exist though. That's true, but the higher rank you get, the less common they are. The point is that you should not, if you're trying to do like shot calling on your team, you should not just mark the job that is the most scary to fight. That's not the correct move. Because that player will realize that they're getting insta-killed the moment they appear on the battlefield, and they'll play safer, play from further back, until you stop doing it, because the rest of the team is in the way. And you should not mark someone just because they're on the crystal. There are other ways to get them to move. If the paladin is on the crystal and the crystal isn't moving anywhere because they're fighting an even match on the crystal, kill someone else. It's not that I'm saying that I know what the correct choice is. The reason why I'm not doing shot calling is because I know what doesn't seem to work very often. But I don't see good shot callers often enough to be able to tell what it is that they do well that makes it work. So I don't do shot calling because I don't know how to do it right. And, should be stated, it's very easy to look at what people are doing wrong and just saying, oh yeah, don't do that. It's very easy in hindsight to say that. I'm mostly just highlighting it to make sure that we talk about it. Shadow Center says, in my experience, good shot callers note who has no guard or purifier. That is a pretty good point. I should try doing that. Let's try doing that a bit more, at least. Because I do see it, I just don't take note of it often enough. Oh boy. No one's helping the black mage. And now we're spread because we are some people trying to help the black mage and others trying to take the crystal, so now we lose. The paladin is dead. Can't do anything for him because we're everyone else is like fallen way back. We don't have to push the crystal immediately. We'll get to that. Huh? I saw the animation. I could have sworn that I applied my dot to him, but apparently I didn't. Oh. Yoink that. This is crazy. I feel like we're just killing the enemies by not getting killed by the explosions ourselves. Ow. The drill limit break from the machinist when I had no MP. He was waiting for that. What can we do? This might be a really bad idea. This is a really bad idea. I will fall back. There's no point going in alone. The best I can do is try to bait people to split up too much. And we are going down. The Dragoon limit break that no one could see because it's invisible. Grr. It is the one thing that I bring up every single time that I'm doing. Like, if there's one thing that I request being changed in PvP, it is always I need an indicator on the Dragoon limit break. It is absolutely ridiculous that of all the things that have been changed in PvP since it got reworked, Dragoon's limit break does not have like a team indicator or anything. Like, my request is that there's like a clear, visible beam exactly where it is so that you don't miss it. But that is maybe a bit too much if the developers believe that the advantage in the Dragoon limit break is that it's really hard to see. But a team indicator would at least make sense. like that it's very clear when it's your team's Dragoon's limit break that is happening. That would make sense. But we don't even have that. Like, we have nothing. It's really, really weird. Shadow Center says, I usually focus target the enemy Dragoon just to have tabs on them. Doesn't that stop working the instant that you get out of range? Let's see. Okay, we got the warrior. That's good. I think I'm dead. Yep. Well, let's try it. I have set focus on the Dragoon now. If it's not focused anymore when I race, then it disappears. Oh, it's still there. Okay, this could work. That is a good tip, Shadow Cinder. It's very, very clear. Oh, that is a random place to put the Sage limit break, I have to say. Can we actually pressure them back? What's happening right now? Where's my... Oh, Dragoon limit break. Bye! That worked. That actually worked. I could see it. As it happened. Oh boy. That was not the order I wanted to do that in. Do we win if they can't get back? Oh, nice! We got it! Electric says, have you gotten all the PvP node mounts? I believe I have all of the PvP series rewards, yes. I have been doing enough PvP every season to do that. I think what really helped in that match was multiple times that we were just sort of hanging out near my Seraph. Like I put down the limit break and then we just like have a little picnic next to it. So we just tire out the enemy while they're slowly whittling away at the damage that the Seraph is preventing. And I do have I believe all of the rewards that have come from the PvP series since Endwalker's rework. What was it? The first season there wasn't a mount. The second season it was a dragon. Which one of my dragons was it? Is this one? Vilja. And then this season it was the logistics node, right? And the first season it was this outfit. And then this season there's a different outfit that we're working towards. Electric says, I meant the ones from PvP achievements for winning 200 games. Isn't that from Frontlines specifically? Oh! Apparently I do! I do have the Garo mounts, and I have never done Rival Wings. Never tried it. But I do have the Garo mounts. In the first series, back when they just reworked it, I saw that they reintroduced the Garo stuff, but they didn't say when they were going to end it. So, to just be ahead, I farmed PvP until I had everything. Everything. All of the mounts, all of the outfits, regardless of whether I wanted to use them or not. Every single item. Which is why I just spent my wolf marks on things like dark matter to repair and things like that. Because there's nothing else. I have bought every item that is unique to PvP that you can buy for wolf marks. The only thing I haven't bought are things that you buy with these wolf collars, because I don't want any of the weapons. And Shadow Center says, in fairness, the first time the Garo event was around, it was around for like 2 years. I wasn't there, or at least didn't know if I was, the first time, and our ninja's slow. Yeah, I have done an insane amount of PvP in the first season specifically because of that. That's also when I got to Crystal originally. And see now here's the problem. Do you see it? Do you see the problem? marked on the black mage who's completely impossible to hit because they're way up in the back and impossible to reach for our melee composition of a team. So our team wastes all of its energy trying to satisfy that request, and it can't. We just can't do it. And now we die because we focused on getting that mark. That's exactly what I was talking about before with don't mark the scariest enemy on the field. Mark the person you could feasibly kill on the field. Or did you mean someone had the PvP Fiend title? Is that common? Is that a title, actually? I'm not even sure. Okay, we're talking about me. I wasn't sure. It just occurred to me that there might very well be a title called PvP Fiend. You could just take the mark off, you know. Yeah, I could do that. I don't know if it'll help. Especially not now. I don't know what to say. I don't know what they were doing. Were they chasing down the white mage? Hey Jiroto, how are you doing? Yeah. The thing is that when you are in the state where your crystal is like 1 inch or 5 inches away from you losing, you're in an awkward spot because the ranged enemies can just leave. They can just walk off if they get in trouble. And you can't really do anything about it, because if you chase them, then you're going to be outnumbered on the crystal eventually. So you have to stay and fight the players on the crystal. Even if the white mage or black mage is very, very enticing to chase down. You just can't. Jiroto says, it's midnight, 5 AM here, and I'm grinding Zodiac. Oh boy. That's the A Realm Reborn relic, right? If I remember correctly, that's not super difficult, it's just tedious. But that's why when you get so deep into the into your base with the crystal that you have to stay, or you have to stay on it, it makes it nearly impossible to survive if your opponent knows how to work with it. Like, for example, if the enemy has a sage, you might flat out just lose, because the amount of damage you take from standing in the sage circle is very overwhelming, and you have to stand in the crystal circle, which is equally large. You have to stay in it. And Georgia says, I just joined Final Fantasy XIV last month. Oh, okay, well, welcome to the game. I would like to point out, just so you know, that you don't need the Zodiac weapons for anything. You should view it as collecting a cool-looking weapon. It's not like a weapon that is super strong. By level 55, you will have found a better weapon. And it takes so long to get one Zodiac weapon done. So if you just casually farmed the Zodiac weapon a little bit on the side every day while playing the game, you would get through the post A Realm Reborn story into Heaven's Ward, reach level 55, find a better weapon, reach level 60, probably complete everything that is in the free trial if you play on a free trial, and then you would get a Zodiac weapon. Like, if you're farming an old relic weapon, as they're commonly called in general, outside, like, I believe the only relic weapon that is actually good for something specific is the Shadowbringers one, if I remember correctly. All the ones below that are mostly just really pretty weapons. That's not to say that you can't farm a Zodiac weapon. I'm just saying that if you just started last month, just keep in mind that the Zodiac weapon grind is long and the reward is mostly visual. Just want to be sure you know that. Because I am pretty confident that there are some players that have gone out of their way to farm a relic weapon all the way through, only to find that the weapon wasn't actually that good. Wait, what's the arena now? Is it the new one? It is the new one. Clockwork. Electric says I'm at work. Oh, well, I hope you have a good time at work at the very least. And yeah, all of the relic weapons look really nice. I do recall that some players aren't too excited about the final stage of the Shadowbringers weapons, where they have this ongoing theme of these strange crystal spikes on the weapons that have varying success of looking good on the weapons. I think they look just fine. The main reason that I'm using the Endwalker relic weapon design is more just because I like those two. Might as well use them. Like, when I get the next stage of the Endwalker relic weapon, I'll probably use that instead, so I'll never use this stage 1 again once it's upgraded. That's also true, Shadow Center. When you have the final stage, you can just buy one that doesn't have the flashy effects. You can also just buy a previous stage that has a different flashy effect if you don't like that particular one. But I think it's more that people are a bit disappointed that it isn't that it looks like that and not like excessively flashy like some of the previous expansions relic weapons look. Oh, now we're the party with the double healer composition. We're also extremely squishy. Hmm. I'm out of healing. At least healing for others to receive. Hold this! Ah, they're getting the potion. Ow! I guess I didn't manage to move out in time. I'm not too acquainted with those machines in this particular stage yet. Did you see how much damage that did? Yursa says, I played Trial last year. January, started to subscribe. It's level 90. I just solo all the content. Hey Yasan, how are you doing? Oh boy, that astrologian just saved me. I would have died without that aspect that benefic. Oh, there's a Dragoon limit break. Yasan says, did you say your share about the G-Shade calamity? I didn't say that much about it. I don't really do that much on mods. The only thing I really did about it is that we had a little bit of a discussion about what you, if you have it, can do to protect yourself. I did have a little bit of a talk about that on the YouTube channel's Discord server. But beyond just talking about safe practices and stuff like that, and say a safe way to get rid of G-Shade if you don't want it anymore, that's pretty much what it boiled down to. Giota says, thanks for your guide. I watched many of those. It really helps a lot. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. That is the best part about making them. That people get a lot of value out of them. Isn't that something? Last week we pushed like to 3 stars tier gold 3, and then dropped all the way down to like 4, and then like tier gold 4 1 star. This time we're going to drop all the we will go all the way up to gold 2 2 star, and then drop all the way down again. But yeah, for anyone that doesn't know about this G-shade situation, basically there was a change that was added for nefarious reasons that made it so that G-shade would, under specific conditions, force restart your computer. This then caused GitHub to flag G-shade as malware, which has then banned it. That's the short summary of the story. If you use G-shade, you will probably need to use something else now. But if you don't use G-shade, then this means nothing. Electric says they just barely won. Yeah, basically, if the match goes into overtime and both sides are 50-50, then the instant that one side pushes 0.1% ahead of the other, they win. And that was what happened. That's why I was also specifically standing on the point, even though there was no chance it would survive, because we had to prevent them from pushing as much as a single inch further, or we would lose. Yeah, exactly, Shadowsend and Electric. You both have it right there. Oh, so people that use specific mods had problems? Yeah. If you don't use any mods, then this entire situation is a non-issue. I also don't use any mods or tools of any kind for the game. For multiple reasons. Oh no! That is really lucky for the enemy. Or unlucky, you could also say. Like, they just got a free board wipe on in their side of the map. On the other hand, they were also standing there. Kasari says, a lot of my friends use mods, but I wish to remain without them as much as I can. totally understandable. Specifically with G-Shade, I believe the advantage of it was that it's one of the ways that you can fix shading specifically, and something with lighting in the game. Surprisingly effective for making the game look a lot nicer. The thing is that, in my opinion, the game looks pretty nice as is. It doesn't need all that help. It does look better with G-Shade, but it's just not something that I can be bothered to put in all that extra to get. But I suppose I never played Final Fantasy XIV for its looks in the first place. It's just something that I've happened to end up liking eventually. Oh, by the way, Johto, does that mean, Johto, that you have completed the main quest within a month? Or do you just have jobs at level 90 and you're still working on the main quest? Oh, or did you mean something completely different? I mean, it's totally feasible to complete the entirety of the story within a month. It just means that you have to play quite a lot. You still have a main quest. You haven't finished it yet. Oh, okay. There's no requirement to do that, as long as you have fun with the game. What was it, Lilithia last week? While we were doing the MSQ stream, pointed out that they have over 2,000 hours played, and they're still in Stormblood. I believe we found out that they are somewhere in 4.5. But if you find something to enjoy in the game and have fun with, then there's nothing requiring you to push through the MSQ. I would say that it would be beneficial to push through the MSQ. Like, if you have a level 90, you can buy a full set of crafted gear and be way ahead in power level, especially if you unsync content. But if you completed the main quest, then you would be able to farm weekly currency, which you would be able to use to buy even better gear. And you would have access to all of the content in the game. Shadowsinder says, I just browsed the mods to see what cool hairstyles we can't have. Oh. Yeah, well, there's two sides to that. On one hand, if you used such a mod, hypothetically, it means you could have this hairstyle. On the other hand, you're the only one that can see it. For everyone else, you have whatever hairstyle you already had. And also, depending on how you set up those mods, other players might not be that happy to see their character in your screenshots because you may have replaced some of the items they wear with other items. Their character looks wrong on your screenshots, and that might not make them very happy. Oh, the one Dragoon in the queue is on our team now. And the warrior from earlier, Axel Heat, is a sage now. Machinist? Are we leaving someone behind? We sort of are, aren't we? Just going down. Wow. That was effective. Shadow Center says, I know, I'm just in the long hair gang. I count me in. One of the longest hairstyles in the game. May I present to you the Kai special. The hairband and the long hair that clips through anything that has a large hood. You like looking at all the lovely locks that we can't have because clipping. Yeah, it would be nice if there was some sort of solution for hairstyles that would clip so that they just like had some sort of medium where either the hair would just, you know, flow over it, or the clothes would be pushed under it so it just didn't clip. But I understand that that would sort of mean that they would need to make like an extra design of every outfit, like every single chest piece in the game, that takes into consideration that you might have long hair. And that's like a lot of extra work. I can totally understand why they don't have time for that. Cosadi says, I admit that I do a bit of RPing, so I wish to be seen how everyone else sees me, no matter if someone is on PC or console. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking of specifically when I'm saying that people might not like to see themselves on your screenshots if you're using some sort of mod to edit something. Is because I have experienced seeing myself where my glasses were replaced by sunglasses because someone thought that was funny. It's such a silly detail, but it just made my character look weird. Now the thing is that some RPers and some people that use mods use tools to make it so that they can align so they're all using the same package or something weird like that. But then how about everyone else, right? How about the people that aren't in the club and using the same exact setup as you? Electric says, imagine being a bunny boy. Imagine having your ears clipped through a hat. Much worse than not having a hat at all, right? Right? Is that Dragoon Aviera? I'm pretty sure Uzagi means bunny in Japanese. Who vetted these markers? What on earth is going on? Why have we everyone marked in a priority list like that? That isn't very helpful. I'm not sure what that sage intended to do when they snuck behind me, only to, like, run back up to the fight casually. Oh! Nope. No, 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 no help for you, Dragoon. Oh, there's the Dragoon limit break. Hey Makoto, how are you doing? Doing good? Great. Looks like we might be losing this one. But I'm doing good. Okay, we might be able to turn the tide. Not really, he's going to limit break. Oh. We managed to perfectly prevent that, apparently. That's incredible. That is evil. This isn't happening. We can't. We just can't. I have nothing left. It was going well. And Shadow Center says, from what I know about how they do hair, they could put its physics weights further up to hang over hoods and the like, but it'd only look good in some cases. Well, the thing is, they could do that, but there's always going to be a taller hood. There's always going to be a taller one. So you just can't win in that regard. And that's also why this whole argument of Viera can't wear a hat because the ears are gonna clip is either the developers have to fix all the hats, or just leave the hats as they are and let them clip like this one, or have hats that just don't allow it. But the thing is that we can probably agree in most cases that people would rather have the choice of wearing a hat than it being disabled just because it doesn't look nice. I can't remember who it was that had the Cocoa Pearl. I'm sorry. But I do remember that you also showed up for in stream last week. It's like one of those cases where you remember the instant you see the name. Oh right, Gunsmokes. Oh yeah, and also I see you're a red mage. Here you go. Have a fancy chest piece that you can't wear because you're level 61. Eventually you'll be able to wear it. Yeah, I think ultimately it would be better if they just let you wear the hats. The worst that can happen is that people don't like it. Electric says, why can't they just make it so the top of headpieces have holes for the ears? They don't even need that. As you can see on Coco here, when they're wearing the helmet, the ears popping through the hood sort of just makes it look like it was supposed to have holes for the ears in the first place. The problem is the ears aren't animated. Ah. Yeah, I can see what you mean. They're quite stiff. It does look a little strange because it's like perfectly pushing through the hood. There's not like nice animations for it. But I don't know. I think this is still better than it not being enabled at all. This is still better than nothing. We can probably agree on that. And as Shadow Center says, choice is always king. It's just funny that the development team chooses to, like, a little bit back and forth whether they let a hat clip or not. 2 cat races. Yeah. That's true. But has there been a canine, like, not that that's a requirement, but has there been a canine race in the past in Final Fantasy? As I say, it's not a requirement. Probably is not necessarily, actually. I don't recall there being specifically a canine race. Oh yeah, that's true, the Lupin exists, but don't the Lupin look extremely stiff in the way they work? It feels a lot like they were added specifically because they wanted the Lupin in the East, but the fact that they have very limited outfits they wear, and they have very limited animations they use, there might be a lot of work to just get that to function. That's true, Shadow Center. It could happen, although I'm pretty sure that the developers have said that there's not going to be any more new races now. The only thing left is female Hrothgar, and then we're done. No more new races. I'm guessing it's because it takes too long for them to, like, make outfits match. Red is like a combination of animals, I believe, but he's not humanoid. He's explicitly not something that could work as a playable character in Final Fantasy XIV. Are we just going to hide here? We need to stack up together somewhere. This is not working for me. Like, this is the perfect situation if you want to hard counter a scholar. Just spread everyone across the entire battlefield so I can only fight one person at a time. And somehow it feels like it's my team that started this. And someone announces, everyone, group up! Yeah, thanks! I mean, better late than never, but you shouldn't have spread out, and the person that called for it, I think, is the person that is splitting up right now. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish doing that. If you're hearing all of the weird noises from the chat, it's our Dragoon here molding like crazy hard. I think he's actually like saltier than the ocean right now. Salt is a way of life. You don't say. This is This is to the point where I'm very much considering whether I should be making a report here, because that was not okay. Exactly. Shame. Shame. This is probably fine, because we're reaching the point where normally I would be rounding up the stream and just talking a little bit. So I don't think we're going to be doing any more matches anyway. Let's see. Gunsmoke says, where are the bunny tails and ear animations? I do agree that now that you mention it, it's a little weird that Viera has nothing. Electric says they already broke the rules by making male Viera. They didn't exist in 12. They did have lore in 12. The reason why they didn't exist in 12 is because the lore of male Vieras is that they're extremely rare. There's not a lot of them. Which also means that... so if you've looked into... So just... This is a little bit of a side step here, but if you've ever looked into the lore of... I can't remember if it's Sun or Moon Mikotes. But one of them has this... like, they actually live a society where there is an alpha male, and the alpha male does exactly what you think he does. It is explicitly defined by their last, quote-unquote, last name. That Tia thing, I believe, means alpha. And it switches who's the alpha of a specific tribe, which means everyone with a big M and then apostrophe, if they're a specific clan in a specific location, all of them probably has... Tias are not the alphas, alright. I couldn't remember if it was Tia or nuns. You're right, Shadow Center, it's nuns that are the alphas. The Tias are the other guys. Sorry about that. But that means that pretty much everyone in that camp presumably has the same father. Probably. Now, it's okay. Perhaps Gunsmokes. Now, Vieras are very similar in the way that as males are rare, there's a good chance that each singular male Viera is a father to a lot of Vieras. Like, a lot of them. And while this is mostly be discussed in lore, not explicitly stated in the game, very mild spoiler, but let me just say, there is something interesting happening in some of the new quests that was added in 6.3. I'm not going to say which one, because if I stated which one, that would actually be kind of a significant spoiler for that specific storyline. But it is shown in universe, in game. That the female Vieras can get a little wild when there's a male in the area, because they're rare. Shadow Center says it actually comes up with Yustola. Hey Robert, how are you doing? And hey Euro, how are you doing? Bunnies can have up to 12 babies. Well, there you go. Robert says, not what I thought we were talking about, Giant, when talking about alpha males and the report screen up. Well, the report screen is separate from this conversation. And hi, Chuck. How are you doing? Wolfran. So we were talking about Mikote mating habits. I think the weird thing in universe with Final Fantasy XIV is male Vieras being a playable race option. Like, that is the weird part. Because you're told that male Vieras are extremely rare. Like, absurdly rare. But if you check any site that tracks the population of player characters, you'll find that of just endgame characters, like players that have done recent content, half of the Vieras are male. They actually have the closest male to female ratio of all the races. Isn't that something? And that's true, Shadow Center. Other players don't really count the in-game lore that much. They don't count in the in-game lore count, that's true. And also, it doesn't matter. As far as the story of the game is concerned, the Warrior of Light is a single being. So, in some stories, the Warrior of Light is a male Viera. Which brings up some interesting concerns when you get to the story parts where there are a lot of female Viera. But in some stories they're not. Sometimes they're a Lalafell. Now, the reason why I have this report window open is because we had an interesting person in this final Crystalline Conflict match. And the thing is that I would not write a report on stream where you could see it, because that would be me flat out showing their name in context. You didn't see who it was that was swearing up a storm in the chat. You don't need to see that. So I'll have to make this report after the stream. And it's definitely the reason why the male to female Viera count is so close is because a huge amount of players went to become male Vieras. Gunsmoke says, imagine if chat was allowed in Crystalline Conflict. Yeah, it wouldn't make it better, that's for certain. Let me just check the boxes here that I need. What is this arena called we were in? Clockwork Castle Town. Party chat in Crystalline Conflict. The thing is that having the party chat might help to convey more specific details. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure that that match we just had started going downhill the moment that my team decided that the best way to approach the initial exchange was to split up in 5 1v1s, where Scholar cannot win a 1v1. If my team had played to the strengths of the Scholar, we would have intentionally, when there was like 6 seconds left of my Adlocurium, the Paladin would have held back and waited for me to reapply the shield. And then we would have gone in as a team and attacked one person in particular. But conveying that information would require me to write a lot, which would not be helpful. Like, having chat would allow you to like convey more complex strategies while you're there, but the amount of time you would have to convey those strategies is so little that, generally speaking, the only people that would have time to say anything are the people that die. And typically the person spamming all of the toxic emote spams are mostly dead while they're doing that. Yeah, like the only players that would have time to use the chat would be dead players, which means that they would be the ones raging over dying or something. While it could be used to be like, while you're dead, you can, you know, try to guide your party on what to do next. That might be helpful, but we can probably all agree that what's actually going to happen is that most players will say nothing. And then there's going to be the people that rage. And then there's maybe the occasional player that will say, okay guys, just do this. Just hold back, go here specifically and try to survive, or something like that. Juro says, I would really like for them to implement Alt-click on action to tell its recast time, something you can do in MOBAs. That would actually be a good idea. And fortunately, Gunsmokes, if you go AFK in the middle of the match, like, if you think you can, your account can get punished, get a warning or something easily by spamming emotes and things like that, AFKing is worse. Because not only are you not participating, you're actively causing your team to lose by doing that. The only time I have... the last time I reported someone while I was streaming, I hid the game window entirely so that you couldn't see who it was or what I was saying about them. And that was because they AFK'd in a frontline match because they believed the match was over. And when I confronted them about it, they said they were going to feed instead, which I then pointed out is equally inappropriate. And the only way I got them to do anything was specifically to point out that they can get banned for that. It's generally speaking, the only reasons I've ever had to report anyone in Final Fantasy XIV is either for not participating, like not actually doing the content they queued up for, or for being particularly inappropriate, like spamming emotes like this. And it always sucks, because you'd rather people just, you know, were nice to each other. Gunsmokes was asking in-game whether it was snowing in the flatlands. It is in fact not snowing in Denmark, but it is very, very cold. At this very moment, it is 1 degrees Celsius. 1. It could be a lot colder. So, we started on like gold 4 1 star, so we've moved up like 2 stars tonight. We had a lot of matches. I believe we finished on 13 wins last week. So we've just been moving up and down. But that does mean that we have definitely reached the point in the stream where we're not doing any more matches. So, if there's anything you guys would like to talk about, not necessarily PvP or reporting people or people being toxic in PvP games, this is a great time to do so. It could be something like a question about a specific job or a specific mechanic or something in the game. Something that you might have had on your mind that you wanted to ask someone anyway in the game. Or maybe you wanted to ask me specifically. This is the great time to do that. Gunsmoke says that the story makes you tired. Well, how far are you in the story, Gunsmokes? Shadow Cinder says, back in the first series, I had to report someone for serial AFKing and noticed them either on my team or the enemy team after like 3 matches. The only instance I ever felt the need to. Yeah, exactly. Back in the first series, players realized at that time that technically the fastest way, and I have mentioned this on stream before, and I'm saying it to explain to you that it is obviously quote-unquote effective, but also very, very bannable, so don't do it. The fastest way to grind series levels and, in fact, wolf marks is to join Crystalline Conflict and not participate so that your team loses faster. It sounds... like, of course, you get 700 experience every time you lose, so if you can lose within 1 or 2 minutes, that's a lot faster than playing a full Crystalline Conflict match for like 5 minutes. Even if you win, you get more series XP and more wolf marks per hour by just intentionally losing. But, and this is very important, you can get banned. you can very much get banned. So don't do it. Don't do it. If you don't want to play PvP, then just leave it. You don't need the mount. You don't need the attire. It will eventually, it'll come up in the trophy crystal store. We've been promised that these items aren't like going to completely disappear, as far as I remember. So don't worry about it. If you don't want to PvP, just don't PvP. Don't do it. The reason why these rewards are here are to incentivize you to try it, so that you might like it. But if you don't like it, then just don't play it. Just don't play. If you don't want to play, then don't play. It's that simple. And the thing is that people did this stuff like AFKing to win, or to lose more like, and being extremely toxic in the very first series. This is why we know these guidelines for what is and what isn't okay in PvP, because within a week or two, the development team, and specifically Yoshi P, had enough and told you exactly what was and wasn't allowed. This is why we know that throwing fireworks at someone else's corpse in a Crystalline Conflict match is not okay. That is actually not allowed. Even though it's funny. Electric says, just wants to say I've been watching a lot of your videos recently. Thank you so much, Electric. And I'm really happy to hear that. And Gunsmoke says 3.5. Well, Gunsmokes, if it's because of all the reading you have to do, my suggestion would be that you could, for example, I have my streams where I do the main quest, and I read all of the dialogue for you. If you put like on, maybe if you have a second monitor, you can have my stream on that. You can also just have it in the background. What matters is that you don't fall too far behind me when I'm doing it, although I don't think I'm going that fast. And then you basically have voice acting for all cutscenes, all dialogue, and that means you can just, you know, sit back and play the game. Maybe that makes you less tired? I don't know. I was asking how far you were, because I have specifically only just reached Shadowbringers. So if you were in Shadowbringers content, then I don't have anything. You could try that. If that doesn't help, then I don't know what to tell you. You can try a different job. You can try and do something other than MSQ. You know, just move away from that for a bit, take a break from that. And then come back later. And Girota says, any tips for tank? I main white mage, but when I switch to paladin, it feels very hard to play, even low-level dungeons. Should I play other tank? Paladin, specifically paladin, is actually, how should I say it? In the level range of 1 to like 70 at the very least. Paladin is extremely weak compared to the other tanks because they have very limited self-preservation. In fact, you could argue that Paladin only truly comes into its own at level 84 when they start getting some passive healing from their Requiescent and their Holy Circles and Holy Spirits. So if you feel like Paladin is really brutal to survive with, that is not unexpected. It's a little harder to do the survival part of the job because you're mainly only just reducing damage and then relying entirely on the healer to heal you, and a lot of healers aren't ready for that. They're expecting the tank to work with them on that particular aspect. If you are new to tanking and you want a little bit of an easier time with that, I would recommend trying Warrior instead. Specifically the defensive part, Warrior feels a lot easier to manage. At level 56, when you get Raw Intuition, it becomes really, really nice. But if you're having a hard time with Paladin in the low levels, it's not too surprising. If I do leveling roulette with friends or something, and I'm expecting to go in a low-level dungeon, I will never play Paladin, because I know that it's going to be brutally hard. If you're not entirely sure on how to play Paladin as a whole, then I have a guide for, you know, low-level Paladin and high-level Paladin, and I also have a tanking basics guide. Although it's a bit older, everything in it is still accurate. The biggest tip in that guide I would give you, Jiroto, if you're feeling it's really difficult, is that it is okay to not do wall-to-wall pulls. If you, like, the thing is that doing wall-to-wall pulls is the most optimal thing to do in dungeons. It makes you clear it the fastest, but if you are a master at the game, for example, and you realize that as a paladin, if you're level 15, you are not strong enough to do a wall-to-wall pull in Sastasha if the healer isn't up to the task, and they might not be. Then don't do a wall-to-wall pull. And exactly as Shadow Center says, if you can't do 2 to 3 packs at a time, then don't do it. If people pull for you to do it, the best you can do is try to tank it. But if you wipe, then you just have to say, I can't do that. If they do it again, you're going to wipe again, and it takes longer to wipe than to just pull slowly and carefully. And Gunsmoke says, just don't have under-leveled gear as tank. Don't have under-leveled gear as any job. The only reason why DPS can get away with it is because when your tank and healer runs out of cooldowns because the DPS is too low, it's typically the tank and or the healer that gets blamed for being too weak. Doing wall-to-wall pulls is a team effort. If the healer is undergeared and or not good enough, then you're going to wipe. If the tank is undergeared and or not good enough, you're going to wipe. If the tank and healer are perfectly capable, but the DPS players are just like a dragoon spamming true thrust and nothing else, and a black mage just using Blizzard 1, then you're going to wipe. Because the reason why wall-to-wall pulls work is because the team as a whole, as a unit, deals with the pack fast enough that the tank doesn't run out of cooldowns and the healer doesn't run out of cooldowns. But if you can't do that, then you're going to wipe. And it's everyone in the party that it hinges on. It's just that it's a lot more obvious that it's a problem if the tank or the healer is undergeared. But it's equally important that the DPS knows what they're doing. I hope that makes sense. Juro says, Paladin is even harder than Dark Knight in low levels. Dark Knight isn't like, so if we compare at level 50, for example, the toolkit of the Paladin and the toolkit of the Dark Knight. Hey Zed, so how are you doing? Paladin has, you know, damage buff. They have the roll actions. They both have that, so let's not count that. They have Sentinel for a big defensive cooldown, but Dark Knight has Shadow Wall, so that doesn't matter. Paladin has Sheltron, which is 4 seconds at level 35 to 50, so that's not important. That it's not 6 seconds, namely. And then at level 50 you get Hallowed Ground. Prominence is decent for damage, like 170 potency, it's still 170 at level 50. Total Eclipse is still 100 at level 50, so that's 135 per target on average, and you have Fight or Flight to boost that. Dark Knight has Stalwart Soul and Unleash, so that's 130, but that also regenerates 600 MP every time you use it. So every time you use it 5 times, at level 50, you can use Flood of Darkness, so that's an extra 100 potency every 5th time you use it. So in reality, the Dark Knight's AoE is closer to 150 potency per GCD. So Dark Knight has a higher base DPS on AoE than Paladin has. Of course, Paladin has the stronger burst cooldown in Fight or Flight, but Fight or Flight has a 33% uptime, while Darkside has a 100% uptime. So that means Fight or Flight over the course of a fight is closer to 8 or 9% increased damage, whereas Darkside is 10%. And Blood Weapon is also like an extra 100 potency every minute, because it gives you just enough MP for another Flood of Darkness. And most importantly, Paladin's 1-2-3 combo does not heal it, whereas the Dark Knight's does. What I'm saying with this is that while Dark Knight has 1 defensive cooldown less, while Dark Knight has 1 defensive cooldown less than Paladin, because Paladin has Sheltron, Dark Knight has the capability of healing itself at all. And it does way more damage because of Flood of Darkness. You could also argue that Paladin has... they have Spirits Within and Circle of Scorn to help with that. But the burst potential of Flood of Darkness on AoE packs just helps with dealing with the initial adds, or initial pack, so that you get down to fewer mobs quickly. In my experience, Dark Knight is a lot more reliable than Paladin in low-level dungeons. And I often actually play Dark Knight in low-level dungeons, specifically because of that. But if I'm queuing for something where I know that I'm going to land in a low-level dungeon, it's a lot more likely that I'll play Gunbreaker, specifically because Dark Knight really starts to take off at level 30, specifically because of Flood of Darkness. Whereas Gunbreaker, I mean, they have Danger Zone at level 18. So already then, and then at level 18, Brutal Shell, I believe, already heals at level 18. It just doesn't shield. Hey HK, how are you doing? Don't worry about being late for the stream. You come in when you can. We did okay on the stream. We had a net gain of 2 stars. I believe they're called Risers. As we went from gold 4 with 1 star to gold 3 with 0 stars, which is equivalent to gold 4 with 3 stars. But just to round up on Giroto's question, if you are having a hard time with tanking in low-level dungeons, just tell your party that you're still kind of new to tanking. I'm actually pretty confident if you open with "I'm not that good at tanking" or "I'm new to tanking," I think there's a much higher chance that people will be like, "Oh, okay, then I shouldn't push him or her." Like, I shouldn't push this person if they are literally flat out saying, "I'm new to tanking." And if they push you, you can fall back on that and say, I did say that I'm not good at it. Can you stop pulling for me?" That would be my advice. And Paladin is really fun to play. It's just that defensively, they take a bit longer to, you could say, mature than the other tanks. I have talked about, I don't know if I've talked about this much on stream, but I can say that personally, if I know what level dungeon I'm going into as a tank, I'll play Gunbreaker for anything below level 30. In the level 30 to 55 range, I'll play Gunbreaker or Dark Knight, and from level 56 until 83 or so, I would play Warrior. And then at level 84, I might start to play Paladin, simply because that's the strong, like, each tank is strongest at each specific interval. Paladin isn't strongest at level 84 and above. It's just that it starts to equalize with some of the other tanks at that point. But you have to remember when I'm saying which one is strongest, that it's also a lot about how you feel. As we've talked about, for instance, with Santo, which has been in the stream. I don't know if he's still here, but was here earlier. If you play one specific job a lot, then you become really good at that job. And to some degree, then it doesn't matter if your toolkit is a bit limited at lower level. Like, if you like playing Paladin, you will become good at Paladin by playing Paladin. So if you like to play Paladin, Jiro2, then sticking with it will make you better. And you will learn what things to watch out for. I do believe I mentioned some advice for how to, like, manage your cooldowns in dungeons as a Paladin in my Paladin guide. So you could start there if you haven't watched that yet. But getting this kind of advice doesn't mean that it is easy or that it trivializes it. It's just, that's what I would suggest you do. And it might help you. Gunsmoke says just pick the tank with the coolest armor. I mean, Paladin has really cool armor. I've said Paladin too much. Is there any other questions that I missed? Gunsmoke says, Frontline is more fun than Crystalline Conflict, but it takes so long. I feel like it depends on a lot of things. Like, sometimes you're in the mood for the chaos of Frontline, sometimes you're in the mood for the more strategic Crystalline Conflict. Maybe we're not doing Crystalline Conflict next week. Maybe we're doing Frontline. Maybe we're doing something completely different. I just felt like it had been a while since we did Crystalline Conflict on stream. So I wanted to bring that up again. It's very easy for me to say in Frontline and recommend that you go into Crystalline Conflict ranked, but you don't see me do it. And Shadow Center says, stick with it, even when they keep changing it. Have they changed Monk that much? Well, I mean, they reworked how Monk works in Endwalker, right? With Masterful Blitz. And in Shadowbringers, they removed Greased Lightning as a mechanic to deal with. And Perfect Balance is a pretty crucial mechanic of the job, and if you check the version history of Perfect Balance, its cooldown has been changed in every single expansion. Just full stop. Every single expansion has some sort of Perfect Balance cooldown change, if I remember correctly. Let me just check. I looked into this for a video. Let's see. Oh, they didn't change it in Heavensward. They didn't actually change it in Heavensward, but for some reason in Stormblood, like midway through, they reduced the cooldown from 3 minutes to 1 minute. A pretty big jump. And like, there's a lot of weird things with Monk. I discovered just the other day that Dragon Kick in A Realm Reborn actually reduced the intelligence of your target by 10%. For some reason. I'm guessing that would reduce the magic damage done by a boss. That's how Adel used to work, that it reduced the intelligence and mind of your target, instead of just flat out reducing magic damage done. But yeah, I can understand that. And Astrologian, Shadow Thunder, don't get too attached to the current Astrologian, because as you know, we've been promised a rework, a complete overhaul of Astrologian for 7.0, or at least for our next expansion. Let's do it again. You have to remember also that not only did they say they were going to rework Astrologian, they said they were going to rework Astrologian, and then after saying that, they changed it from we're doing it at some point in Endwalker to it's so big that it has to be with a new expansion. And then we have to remember that what job overhauls have we seen come specifically with a new expansion? Machinist, who completely lost its ammo system and got their tools instead, and Summoner, who lost its dots, its pet in combat-wise, the way that they managed Tri-Disaster with and their dots and such, and was reworked to be just primals. So when they say the rework is expansion worthy, it means Astrologian's cards might not work the way that they do now come next expansion. Oh yeah, and Dragoon is also getting a rework next expansion. So any Dragoon mains, if you're wondering why we're playing Dragoon in the MSQ streams, that's both because that's what people voted on, but the reason why it was on the list was also specifically because when the streams were started initially, is because it was slated to get a rework. Yes, Skill. Welcome to the stream. Yay, Skill. I hope that is said right. I hope you're doing well, by the way. It said, at this rate, Astrologian won't even be about cards anymore. Maybe. That's true. That they might not be. I think... So... Let's take a moment to talk about that, actually. What is wrong with Astrologian that causes them to want to rework it? I am pretty confident that it is entirely related to the randomness of the job. But it is pretty funny, in retrospect, that Astrologian, before Endwalker, was the only healer with a 1.5 cast time, like spam spell. With Endwalker, all of the other healers were changed to match that because of how good it was and how nice it was as a quality of life change for all the healers. And suddenly, Astrologian is the job that is so wrong that it needs a rework, not the other jobs. Thank you, Jiroto. That is a good point. But I think that the main thing that is probably going to change is draw, which automatically means that Astrodyne is getting changed. And Minor Arcana probably also needs to get changed. Gunsmoke says, I bet that was water. That was actually water. I have a can of water. I don't know if you can hear me pouring it. I always bring a can. I often also bring like soda, but I specifically always bring like a 2-liter can of water, and the sodas are like the backup if I run out of water. But yeah, I think Minor Arcana, Draw, and Astrodyne are the main things up for the chopping block. And the thing is that because of how signature a feature the draw mechanic is for Astrologian, we can probably agree that changing that would completely change how the job feels. So just that being changed would make the job completely different. And they would need to find out what to fill that hole with. And what would be good enough. I'm pretty sure that card draw is too much of a key mechanic of the job to not have it. But it's possible that it's something else. Remember, Paladin could get reworked in a major patch. But how many new actions did Paladin actually get with the rework? There's not a single new animation, as far as I remember, for the Paladin with its rework. Not one. Bulwark isn't a new ability. In fact, it's reused the old code, as far as I'm aware, because if you had Bulwark from back in Stormblood, if you still had that keybound somewhere, which I had on my Gladiator setup, apparently, Bulwark will override it, because it's the same thing. It also has the same animation, as far as I know. So the reason why Paladin could get reworked mid-patch was because it wasn't exactly a lot of new actions that had to be made, you just had to change the way that they were coded. So Astrologian and Dragoon needing an expansion to get reworked sort of suggests that we're getting new animations, we're getting new spells, we're getting new spell effects, we're getting summoners summoning Ifrit or Titan or Garuda. Electric, it's like I'm thinking of a watering can, so to speak, but let me just see if I've completely messed up the translation here. A jug of water is what I meant to say. In my defense, it's a jug of water. Sorry. Nice, Jiro. But I think that the fact that that they have to wait until an expansion release to rework Astrologian and Dragoon suggests that we're getting new things, which is hopefully a good thing, because what a lot of people see is the rework of Summoner, where a lot of people weren't happy with the quote-unquote simplification of the job. So people are scared that they're going to oversimplify Astrologian and Dragoon. Yeah, Shadow Center says, I'd like my old cards back. That's not happening, unfortunately. The randomness has been squeezed out of the job one step at a time. I don't know why they want it to be so fixed and set in stone, but they do. But I do wonder what they like. I think we have talked about all this on streams before, but it is interesting to talk about, I think. And iChuck says, what is your opinion on Dragoon changes coming? I would hope, if they're going to rework Dragoon anyway, that they would make the GCD and the OGCD part of the rotation work a little bit better together, if that makes sense. As it stands, the way that the Dragoon rotation works is that you pretty much just do your Chaos Thrust combo and your Full Thrust combos, or Chaotic Spring combos and Heaven's Thrust combos, and then you just sprinkle in Life Surge where it makes sense. The only time where your OGCD part of your rotation actually cares about where you are in your GCD is in the opener. We go True Thrust, Disembowel, cooldown, cooldown, Chaos Thrust, cooldown. So I would find it more interesting if they made the rotation of Dragoon less about I have these two things that I do separately, and more about like a combined unit. I would also like it if jumps were a more core mechanic of the rotation than it is right now. A lot more movement. It feels a lot like Dragonfire Dive and Spine Shatter Dive feel like they're just like leftovers of a time long gone. Especially Dragonfire Dive. It feels weirdly weak for a 2-minute cooldown. I'm just saying, look at this. 300 potency AoE. This is 450 potency AoE. 1-minute cooldown. I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't really make sense. Dragonfire Dive feels like it's only really important because it was left there. Electric says, we do sell canned water. It's called Liquid Death. Edison says, I want them to stop making every job per role to feel so similar. I like the skill ceiling Heavensward Astrologian had. Yeah, so the reason why Heavensward Astrologian wouldn't work so well is more because of the excessive over-optimization that players do these days. But that goes two ways. I actually will... the video coming out on Friday, the 2-minute curse, is going to be talking about these things. Exactly these things, actually. Because on one hand, back in the day where jobs were a lot less streamlined, to make the perfect opener, for example, Astrologian, you had to draw the correct card to use Royal Road to turn it into the raid wide buff. Like that your next card would give a raid wide effect and just instead of just a single one. And then you had to draw a balance card, and then you had to wait 30 seconds for the cooldown of draw, and then pull begins, you play balance, then you draw another card, and if that's not also balance, you didn't have the optimal opener after all. These days, because of the difference between drawing a melee card for your samurai or a ranged card for, I don't know, your red mage, your summoner, your black mage or something, the difference isn't that big, so people don't care as much. But you have to remember that back then, cooldowns didn't refresh automatically after a wipe, so you couldn't just go, oh, it doesn't matter, just pull and wipe and then the Astrologian can try again. No, you had to wait. And you have to remember that other jobs had some sort of lead up. For example, Astrologian draws their card, does Royal Road as intended. Warrior will use Infuriate in Heavensward 45 seconds before combat starts. Which means that what happens is Astrologian draws the correct card, plays Royal Road. 15 seconds later, the Warrior will cast Infuriate. 15 seconds later after that, the Astrologian will draw a card, and if that is not balanced, you have to wait for the Infuriate cooldown to be ready. And then try again. And the annoying part about that is that a very small percentage of players probably cared enough about their quote-unquote pass to do that many times in a row. Which means that the good thing is that back then, back in Heavensward, and even in Stormblood, and in A Realm Reborn probably, it was so difficult to do the rotation perfectly, to do the opener perfectly, that most players couldn't be bothered. They just tried, like, did it the best they could in a reasonable time frame. You work with what you get. But at some point, players started optimizing a little too hard, and then things like Astrologian being extremely unreliable due to its cards meant that people would rather have a white mage and a scholar because at least they did consistent damage. They were reliable, so Astrologians would get cut out of teams that couldn't be bothered with the shenanigans of the Astrologian. So the only solution to this problem is make Astrologian more consistent. How do you do that? Simplify the card mechanic. And then it's still not consistent enough, because the thing is, if you optimize enough, then even some randomness is too much. So this is where we're going. You can see it. You can see where we're going. The weird thing is that Astrologian makes sense to rework because of its randomness. I don't know why we're reworking Dragoon. Ichuck says a little more complexity and a new and improved jump would mix it up nicely. Indeed. That would. I just feel that Dragonfire Dive and Spine Shatter Dive actually having no meaningful impact on your rotation beyond being attacks doesn't feel that great. I don't have a good example, but those jumps feel like they should have a more significant impact on your rotation. Just me personally, and since we're talking about how it used to work, Spine Shatter Dive used to be an incredibly overloaded ability. Let me just find the version history. In Stormblood, where we got Mirage Dive, Spine Shatter Dive also gave Mirage Dive's Dive Ready effect. In Shadowbringers, Spine Shatter Dive lost the ability to apply a 2-second stun and the ability to apply Mirage Dive, to use Mirage Dive. This actually meant that with Jump having a 30-second cooldown and Spine Shatter Dive having a 60-second cooldown, you had 3 charges of gaze per minute instead of 2. Which had the interesting effect that how often you would get your Light of the Dragon was very, very awkward. Yeah, exactly. Jump should be the central key mechanic that you play around, but it's more like the lead up to what's actually the key mechanic as things get built on top, right? That's probably the reason, because Summoner used to be about dots and pet management. And then at level 60 you got this Dreadworm trance, and then at level 70 it stopped being so much about the pet management, because for a good fourth of your rotation you just had this automatic cannon pet in Bahamut. So it kind of makes sense that they took a step back and figured out doing something else. So maybe that's what they're going for, that they want Dragoon to have a more focused design. Shadow Center says, I'm an old woman who misses how good it felt to play Astrologian. Good back then. Playing around the card timers, the enhancements, and job knowledge just felt nice. Knowing when to use a position to extend buffs. Yeah, that is true. you would think some players say I want a time mage in Final Fantasy XIV, and the old enough players to know it will tell you that, well, we already have that. Astrologian is the time mage, because Astrologian combines this draw and prediction mechanic of like predicting the future with time magic, where there are some very minute leftovers of that. Like the whole predicting the future makes sense for a time mage. Something like horoscope sort of makes sense for a time mage. And gravity, as far as I know, tends to be time mage exclusive in the Final Fantasy franchise. So the fact that Astrologian got gravity is supposed to indicate this. And then they sort of just removed them. They sort of just simplified it out. Thank you for watching, Jiroto. Good night. I hope to see you very soon. And good luck with mastering Paladin. I know you can do it. Watch it while going to sleep. Hey, that might actually help you sleep. I've heard some people like doing that. But the problem is maybe that there's something that we don't know. Right now, every single job is falling into this pigeonhole of fitting into this 2-minute burst. Who knows? Maybe next expansion is going to have some sort of overhaul. Maybe it will. Like, who knows, maybe we get a preview or some changes for the next expansion sometime in 2024, and we see that every single 2-minute cooldown has been changed to be some random number between 1 minute and 4 minutes or something like that, because the development team decided that it wasn't that good after all for everything to fit into a 2-minute window. And if that's the case, then Dragoon and Astrologian are both in a lot of trouble as they are designed right now, because Astrologian pretty much only really works in like an optimal raid team because Astrologian is capable of adjusting its rotation to match into this 2-minute window somewhat decently, and Dragoon's entire rotation hinges on lining everything up in that 2-minute burst. And Dragoon has 2 raid relevant buffs with both Dragonstide and Battle Litany, so it would really be in trouble if that's what's getting changed. So maybe that's what's happening, that they know that they're going to do something else. As we noticed with Paladin, they said that they wanted it to be able to better fit with the rest of the cast of jobs, like be better to deal with a burst window, but they didn't make Requiescat a 2-minute cooldown. They made it a 1-minute cooldown. Or they didn't change the cooldown, they just made Paladin better able to stack everything together. So it could burst in a more concentrated window. That would still function if raid cooldowns were in more unusual timings. So there is space for that. So Paladin has not actually indicated anything beyond that the development team probably wants to continue having this concept of having concentrated burst windows. But it might not be every 2 minutes in the future. It might also totally be every 2 minutes in the future, and I'm just hoping for something that's not happening. HK says, stuff makes me want to play healer again, but healing gets me too much anxiety. My advice, and I've also said this, I think I've said this for tanking as well. If you're scared of trying a role because you're scared of failing, use duty support. So you can see my mouse. You go to duty, you choose duty support. Then you can do most MSQ relevant dungeons with support. You cannot do Stormblood yet, it's coming soon. But everything else, everything from level 15 to level 50 content, most dungeons in Heavensward, most dungeons in Shadowbringers, most dungeons in Endwalker, you can do with NPCs. And the NPCs are not going to rush you, they're not going to force you to do wall-to-wall pulls. You can take your time and practice what you need. The important thing is that, based on my personal experience, the healer is capable of keeping you alive through a wall-to-wall pull, assuming you do your part. If you tank well, the healer's capable of keeping you alive. They'll mostly be spamming heals, but it's doable. You can practice wall-to-wall pulls with these NPCs. And as a healer, the tank should be taking low enough damage that you can also practice wall-to-wall pulls there, although I don't recommend it. But if you're scared of trying a role because you're scared of failing, try with NPCs. Get that foundation built so that you know what to do when. And then you might be less afraid of trying it with other players. In fact, if you can, start with NPCs. Then when you've gotten, like, tried a little bit, if you have a few friends you can do a dungeon with, that makes it a lot easier. It doesn't matter whether you have a friend that is good at tanking or good at healing, you can learn together. The good thing is that if you're doing the dungeon with friends and you're all in agreement that we're here to just practice, then no one's going to be mad when you wipe. So I hope you can use that tip, HK, to maybe build up some healer confidence. Although I would not recommend Astrologian as your first healer. Nigel says, I do hope they turn it on its head. The 2-minute cooldown situation. I hope so too. I know that I'm not the only one that feels like the reason why a lot of jobs feel very samey in some specific cases is because of the fact that all of the cooldowns are the same. Like, in Stormblood, this is just a particular example, in Stormblood, Monk had a, and also some part of Shadowbringers, I believe. Let me just check to be sure. Yeah, so in Shadowbringers, which remember that was the previous expansion, Monk uniquely lined most of their toolkit up with a 90-second cooldown. Perfect balance, 90-second cooldown. Brotherhood, 90-second cooldown. Riddle of Fire, you guessed it, 90-second cooldown. That wouldn't work now. If Monk had all of its burst on a 90-second cooldown and all other jobs on a 2-minute cooldown, then Monk, even though it gets its cooldowns more often, would either have to delay its burst to every 2 minutes to line it up with everyone else, or it would just be weaker than everyone else because its burst doesn't line up with everyone else. And just that simple fact that the Monk's burst is every 90 seconds makes it a lot more unique than what it is now, in a way. Even though it's such a specific detail to say, oh yeah, the unique fact about Monk is that it bursts every 90 seconds. It means that Monk has better synergy with jobs that have, you know, 45-second cooldowns, 90-second cooldowns, 3-minute cooldowns, than jobs with 2-minute cooldowns. And the thing is that this used to also matter. Now that all jobs have 2-minute cooldowns, instead of saying who has good synergy, like what jobs specifically have good synergy because of their cooldowns lining up, we're just saying who has the best cooldowns. Like, we will always move the goalpost. If it's difficult to line up cooldowns together, choose the jobs that line up cooldowns better together. If it's easy to line up cooldowns together, then we just take the best ones. That's very easy, right? Just take the best ones. So if all, like, I'm guessing that part of the reason why we're trying to normalize all jobs to have the same cooldowns is so that some jobs are not going to be excluded because of their cooldowns not lining up, or their cooldowns being bad. The problem is that it will not work. Gunsmoke says, I tried Sage as my first healer, had a brain melt. Sage is a little difficult, but I do have a starter guide for Sage that might help you. Although it's going to be a lot more difficult to play Sage at its base level if you're below level 70. Although Sage is actually incredibly strong in the level 15 to 60 range. Just like Scholar is. They're weirdly incredibly strong because of their passive healing. For dungeons, specifically. But yeah, I will be presenting a case a bit more detailed and more specific about this 2-minute burst situation on Friday, where I have a video premiere on that particular subject. But it is interesting because I remember when Endwalker came out that a lot of people were excited that all the cooldowns lined up somehow, that it was a good thing. Like, it was a huge buff for all these jobs. And then it's slowly over the course of the expansion has dawned on the player base that it's actually not that fun necessarily to do that. Like, it is kind of fun to make cooldowns line up together. It's fun to see the big number, but it makes your job not feel as special. It's not that special to have, I don't know, what's a good example here? Not that interesting to have a 5% damage bonus cooldown for 15 seconds when there's another job that actually have a 5% damage bonus for 20 seconds. Not to mention a job that has a 3% damage bonus for 20 seconds. Or by technicality, a 5% damage bonus for 20 seconds. Oh yeah, and let's not forget a 6% damage bonus for 15 seconds on technically a 120-second cooldown. Oh yeah, there's another 6% damage bonus of over 50 for 15 seconds. You can see what I mean. It's not that exciting when everyone has it. Wow, 10% extra crit chance for 15 seconds would be kind of strange if someone else had that, wouldn't it? So yeah, it gets the jobs to feel very samey when suddenly the cooldown is the same as well. I think chain stratagem has always been 2 minutes, but I'm not actually sure. Yeah, it's always been 2 minutes. Battle Litany was 3 minutes, if I remember correctly. Yep, used to be 3 minutes. You can see it. Everyone has kind of the same tools, and on one hand, Dragoon having a 3-minute cooldown that increases the critical hit rate for 20 seconds because it used to be 20 seconds. And Scholar having Chain Stratagem for 15 seconds on a 2-minute cooldown. Made them feel different even though it's such a minor thing. Nick Van Dam says, how do you get this circle glowing on you? It is a red mage feature in PvP only. In PvP, red mage has 2 modes that you can freely switch between. It is basically, you just have to do a single weave to do it. It does come up extremely regularly as an issue, you could say. Because if you're in the wrong state and you only have 1 weaved change, then you're probably going to die, because you have to choose between healing yourself or switching state. But you get this button called black and white shift that lets you freely switch. And what it does is it changes how your melee combo works. If you're in white shift, it applies shields to you while doing damage. If you're in black shift, it applies dots to the enemy. Resolution is a silence if you're in white shift, and a bind if you're in black shift. And magic barrier is only available in white shift, and it's defensive, reduces damage taken, increases healing received. And frazzle is only available in black shift, where it increases damage taken by enemies while reducing the healing they receive. And your limit break in PvP is also affected, depending on which state you are in. Either the healing part or the damage part is doubled. I hope that makes sense, Nick. But yeah, as I was saying, what made the jobs interesting wasn't these small intricacies of the job. As I recall, Embolden used to have a really convoluted effect. It used to be... let me just find it. It apparently used to still be 5% more damage, but it used to be like dropping off gradually over its duration. So it was 4 seconds of 5% more damage, then 4 seconds of 4% more damage, and then 4 seconds of 3%, and then 4 seconds of 2%, and then 4 seconds of 1%. And then it was just normalized to be 5%. The interesting thing is that the tooltip used to say 5% and 5%, and then say that it would lose 20% of its efficacy or something like that every 4 seconds, which sounds ridiculous, but it makes sense. Like, of course, it's not going from 5% to minus 15%, but it's a very convoluted effect where 5% just flat is better. It's stronger, it's easier to understand and work around. But we'll see what they do. Hopefully it gets better. Hopefully Astrologian and Dragoon rework becomes good sometime next expansion, sometime next year, possibly. Let's see. We should expect, if with 6.3 in January and they give a new major patch every 4 months, then we should expect 6.4 in 5th month, 6.5 in 9th month. So start next year, we should expect either the final patch of Endwalker or a new expansion. We do know that new expansion is not coming this year. This is known. But when next year the next expansion is coming, we don't know. And the reason why I'm saying possibly new expansion early next year is because 6.5 is happening in the third or fourth quarter. Then that means that there's only like 6.56 or something like that left to be done. And then next thing is going to be expansion. Whether that's 4 months or 8 months, it's up for what the development team chooses to do. And yeah, iChuck mentions the graphical upgrade. That's going to be good. Now, that is a lot longer of a end of stream discussion. Nick says, are there any added content or job adjustments this coming maintenance? I think it's just a bug fix, isn't it? Does anyone know what exactly it is? Let's see. I don't think there's anything. Is there anything specifically? I don't think so. The ultimate stuff. If I remember correctly, the way that went down is that the cheaters were told to take off and delete their weapons, and the only reason for that is that while the GMs might be capable of deleting an item straight out of your inventory, while they might be capable of doing that, then imagine what would happen for your account if you go from being a red mage with, rapier, to being a red mage with nothing equipped. So the only way they would be able to like remove your ultimate weapon would be to replace it with something else. So it's just easier to request that they take off the weapon and delete it. And, well, if they don't delete it, then what's going to happen is they're going to be put back into GM prison, right? Until they do. HK says, I'm scared of the graphics update because I can already barely run the game in 60 FPS on all low. Well, with the graphical update, there's a chance that it will be a very low setting. Gunsmoke says, wouldn't it just put on a different weapon? Why would it? What if you don't have a different weapon? Like, logically, if you just did the newest ultimate, for anyone that doesn't know, the ultimate, the current ultimate Omega Protocol drops item level 635 weapons with 3 materia slots, which is objectively better than Abyssal Savage item level 635 weapons with 2 materia slots. So why would you wouldn't have any reason to necessarily keep your Abyssal's weapon in your inventory. You could keep it for glamour reasons, but you have no reason to keep it for practical reasons. It's not better than the Omega weapon. So it would make sense these people would, stash away their previous weapon after getting their ultimate weapon. So where would this different weapon come from? Either the GM just hands them a different weapon, or they tell them to fix it. Delete your ultimate weapon. And Pokeshack, hey Pokeshack, how are you doing? He says, I'm more scared of the graphical update because I can barely play the game in minimum and 30 FPS. Ugh. Yeah, that is the concern with graphical upgrades. There's a potential chance that the graphical upgrade may also come with some optimization so that the game just runs better. Well, Gunsmokes, there is a chance if these people, they optimize their gear for ultimate content in general, there's a reasonable chance that they would have Shadowbringers relic weapons somewhere, because they are very effective for old ultimates. But again, they wouldn't need to keep them on their person. So I'm just saying that the reason why, well, Gunsmokes, there are so many weapon slots. If you have every job leveled up, then there aren't that many actually. Yeah, there's not enough weapon slots for 2 weapons per job. Oh yeah, I need to do something with this. Gee, I wonder what I used this for. Dragoon guides coming out tomorrow and Thursday. Shadow Center says just buy a vendor weapon till you get another. Yeah, of course. I'm not saying that the GMs couldn't remove the ultimate weapons from the players. I'm saying that it might be practically inconvenient. I don't know what kind of commands the GMs have access to. If they have the ability to change if they have the ability to change an item for a player, then they might be able to change the ultimate weapon into some, like ultimate drop weapons into something else. Maybe they can't. Maybe they can just delete items. I don't know. And hey, Soul Silver says, if Dragoon were to get anything with the rework, I'd like the return of that one circle area I never got to try since I started playing this expansion. I'm thinking that is a really old skill, because I never saw it either. In Stormblood, they only had Doomspike. I would like to see Heartstopper. If you see any Lancers or Dragoons of any type in the main, in the early parts of the game, like A Realm Reborn or Heavensward, they almost always have this casted frontal line AoE called Heartstopper. I want to have that with the cast time. Oh yeah, that's true, Shadow Center. They kind of get the pole dance situation with Heaven's Thrust. And you actually can use Heaven's Thrust in PvP. You do high jump, then you have Heaven's Thrust. You have a little spin and a swipe with the spear. Yeah, exactly. I did put it on. I did put the Dragoon guides on the schedule. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that this maintenance has nothing to do with the cheetah specifically directly. It could have something to do with something else related to it, but I don't think it said anything specific. It could also be a bug. If, as far as I know, this weird glitch that is causing some problems for ninja players. Is still on the table. The bug is causing a lot of trouble for ninjas with some latency to actually weave their mudras correctly. Soul Silver says I would like Right Eye or Battle Litany to last long enough to get Wormwind's buffed potency in the opener. Yeah, I could see that. There's a lot of things that would be nice to have that maybe might be good. I could imagine that a lot of players would like jump to have 2 charges. Because if it had 2 charges, then you could use Life of the Dragon in the opener. And you wouldn't be as stressed to use jump precisely on cooldown. But I don't think that would be a good change necessarily for the Dragoon. And more importantly, something small like this wouldn't be the kind of Dragoon change they would need an entire new expansion to implement. So it's probably going to be, how should I say it, Dragoon and Astrologian, as we talked about a little bit earlier, are expecting to get reworks and overhauls that are on this on the size with the Summoner rework with the Endwalker. Which means that anything is possible. Dragoon might no longer have dots in 7.0. Dragoon might not have Life of the Dragon. They, like, Dragon Sight and Battle Litany might not be a thing in 7.0. They might not exist. Yeah, and also that is a good point, Pokeshack. What? Melee DPS? Why would you want an AoE attack at level 15? What would you use it for? No. More important to get a ranged attack. That's more useful. That's way better. Trust me on this one. I know what you need. Like, Reap over here with level 25 AoE. Soul Silver says, I don't have too many complaints with the job as it stands. I have a difficult time thinking of changes they could do that would inherently only be possible or even mainly positive. The thing is that there isn't really anything wrong with Dragoon necessarily. As I said before, my perspective is that the GCD and the OGCD part of the job feels very disconnected. You're doing your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 combos, and the only connection they have to your OGCD is that Life Surge sometimes has to line up with it, but beyond that, you're using Lance Charge on cooldown. You don't actually care where you are on your global cooldown when you use it. All of your cooldowns just get used when they're ready. You don't care where you are on your global cooldown when that happens, and given that you have nothing other than your 5-step combos, there wouldn't be a way to line up your combos to be in a specific spot when you do anyway. Yeah, exactly, iChuck. Once the opener's done, you just click the cooldown when it's ready, and it sort of works out. And I think it would be nice if Dragoon had a little bit more direct connection with the GCD and the OGCD. I think that would be nice. And then, as I also said, I feel like it would be nice if the jumps that Dragoon has, other than jump Stardiver, were more important to the rotation. Spine Shatter Dive and Dragonfire Dive just feel like attacks. Dragonfire Dive and Spine Shatter Dive feel as important to the Dragoon as I don't know, Gauss Round for Machinist. And Pokeshack said I came back into the game and won a small house. Nice. Unfortunately, you can only have 3 dummies on a house. Even a large one can only have 3 striking dummies. But I also want to say when I'm saying that I would like to see these kind of changes, I'm not saying that I know what they should do about it. I'm just saying that the Dragoon feels a little bit like you have 2 completely separate missions, and it just happens to be located on one job. And Soul Silver says, some people don't like the amount of OGCDs or weaving you need to do. Personally, it's my favorite part about the job. That and the large amount of double weaving. I'm sort of indifferent on that. I find it challenging to do, but it's fine. As I said, my complaint is mainly that it feels like Spine Shatter Dive and Dragonfire Dive are sort of insignificant for the rotation. They're just sort of there. And that the GCD and OGCD don't really feel like they're very connected after the opener. Those are the 2 prime things that I would like to see changed. But given that it's going to be a rework in the next expansion and not in a major patch, it's going to be a lot bigger. Remember, Paladin lost nearly all of its dots in a patch change. Dragoon could lose Chaos Thrust entirely. Dragoon could lose a lot more. I have also said previously that one of the things that the game could really use for some more balance is a support-centric melee DPS. And the amount of raid cooldowns and tools that Dragoon already has would make it the best candidate for such a thing. That they could make it so that, for instance, Dragon Sight was almost similar to something like closed position for Dancer. And Battle Litany could be a little bit more impactful. Things like that. And like make Dragoon more party buff focused. The reason why it would be good for balance is that one of the problems with ranged physical DPS right now is related to opportunity cost. Why would you choose a machinist when you could use a dancer or a bard that do raid cooldowns and buff everyone else? Why would you choose, hypothetically, why would you choose a black mage when you choose a red mage or a summoner that boost the raid? Now, the thing is that they don't boost them quite as hard, so black mage is actually a lot more feasible to be used here. With melee DPS, you don't have that problem, because all 5 melee DPS are very capable of being the anime protagonist. That sort of means that whenever you want to have a DPS, if you have to have a ranged physical DPS, it's going to be a dancer or a bard because they do support. If you have to have a mage, it's probably going to be a red mage or a summoner. And then you're going to have a melee DPS. It could be anyone but the samurai for support. And then you have the 4th slot, which could be any job. But the thing is that the melee DPS tend to do more damage at the moment, so it's better to choose a melee DPS for that 4th slot. That's how it became that you have 2 melee DPS. It doesn't have to be 2 melee DPS. You could have any DPS in the 4th slot. It's just that melee are the best candidate once you have your 3 core. But if melee had a DPS job that, well, if melee had a job that was super support centric, where it specifically was designed to support the rest of the DPS, then just like how you can have, you know, your black, like how you can have black mage as like quote unquote your selfish DPS slot, you actually have a super support melee job that could be used in place of a bard or a dancer. Like, funny detail is that mage could also use a more support centric job, like support in terms of damage, not in terms of defense, that red mage is. Because if both mage and melee had that, like a heavy support job, just like bard and dancer, then machinist would have a much more feasible chance of being the selfish DPS in a raid team. Because it's a matter of opportunity cost. Why choose machinist when you could have a bard or a dancer? Melee doesn't have that problem. And let's see. Soul Silver says the instances where you only have 2 seconds left in life to get a maxed buff Stardiver just before it reverses to Gaius Gogol is a stressful euphoria I wouldn't trade for the world. It's a good kind of stress. Nick says, I want to play Dragoon as my melee, but I noticed I just can't keep up with all the cooldowns. I will misalign everything. Yeah, it's a little difficult. And Gunsmoke says you don't need to be stressed as a DPS. If you fail, you can just blame the healer. Be careful with that. And then Shadow Center says, the only rub with Dragoon being a support melee is that it goes against its job law somewhat. But who cares about law, am I right? I don't know. The main thing I see Estinian do is appear on the scene, say some things, use Stardiver 8 times, refuse to elaborate, and just disappear into the night. He could totally be a support and then just have a Stardiver do like, I don't know, like 2000 potency. Like, oh yeah, every minute or 2 minutes you just use Stardiver and everything just explodes on your screen. And then the rest of your rotation is support heavy. But I don't know, maybe Dragoon is a lot more the protagonist in its lore, but I don't know, I don't get that impression. I feel like Dragoon has this partner mentality with Dragonsight. If you look back to Final Fantasy XI, Dragoon had a pet. Like, Dragoon was actually a pet job. So that would also make sense. So I don't know. I don't know. The only reason why I'm suggesting that Dragoon could be a really good support job is because it has more of the foundation than the other melee DPS jobs. And Dragoon is slated for a rework, whereas the other melee are not. Not to mention that Ninja and Monk have had significant changes to the jobs in the past, like, expansion. So it would also be a little strange if they took another round on that one. And Nick says, I don't want to get into Dragoon now since there's a rework coming. I don't want to retrain my brain. Well, on one hand, you could see it as I don't want to practice Dragoon because I will just have to learn it again. On the other hand, we know that this rework is not in 2023. Whatever you learn about Dragoon will be relevant for the foreseeable 11 months. And on the third perspective, remember, you will only get to experience this kind of Dragoon in Endwalker. When 7.0 comes out, you will never get to experience this job as it is right now. So on one hand, by completely ignoring Dragoon for the rest of Endwalker, you're skipping having to learn this job twice. On the other hand, you're losing out on the opportunity to learn this job twice. And besides, ignoring a job because it's going to get changed next year? I don't know, I mean, jobs get changed all the time. You need to, like, I kid you not, when I released, so you see that I have a samurai guide, right? I have somewhat recently released a starter and a high-level samurai guide. I actually released a high-level samurai guide early in Endwalker. Within, like, 2 to 4 weeks of that guide coming out, Samurai lost Kaiten. And if you didn't play at the start of Endwalker or didn't play in Stormblood or Shadowbringers, you wouldn't know what Kaiten is. But let me just say, if you watch that guide, the entire guide focuses on how to use Kaiten because it's such a central mechanic of the job that you couldn't play without it. They just removed it. Gone. In a major patch, of course, but gone. Poof. Which meant that I spent all this time making a guide for it to become inaccurate within a month. So, it's just as likely, Nick, that you could sit down, choose to learn Samurai, only for the next major patch to reintroduce Kaiten. So, my advice on that particular subject is, don't make future changes dictate what job you're playing. If you think Dragoon, as it looks right now, looks awesome, then play it. If you enjoy playing Dragoon as it is right now, then you should get the most of it while it still exists as it is right now. Play it while it is there, right? Like, for example, I did extra content as Paladin right at the end of its original lifespan, you could say. Like, when the rework was looming over us, I played Paladin a bit more. Like, because this was the final chance to experience Paladin as it was. And when we knew that Endwalker was going to completely overhaul Summoner, one of the last videos of Shadowbringers that I released was my first high-level guide was a guide on Summoner from level 51 to 80 for Shadowbringers, which came out like 2 weeks before Endwalker came out. Not to teach anyone how to play it, because it was completely pointless to learn it, because it was going to be gone in 2 weeks, but because it was the last chance to do so. So, if you think, Nick, Dragoon or Samurai looks exciting, try both. Probably easier to get an initial feel on Samurai since it starts at level 50, but try both. And don't let the rework coming in 2024 change that or affect that. I hope that you can use that advice. And Pokeshack says, I mean, I learn all jobs. I don't worry for the changes. It's a thing of practice. And yeah, Pokeshack picks up a job and then practices at a striking dummy to learn it because it's fun. I do that too, by the way. Yeah, true, Gunsmokes. I will absolutely be making a Dragoon guide again when it is reworked. And the game crashed. Hey, Rallo, did you make my game crash? How did you do that? It's funny, most often my game crashes if I'm standing still for a while. Like for a really long time. How are you doing, Rallo? Nexus is the easiest tank Paladin now and not Warrior. It depends. So, a bit earlier, Giroto was talking about it being really difficult to deal with doing wall-to-wall pulls as a Paladin at low level. Paladin defensively is a little behind all the other tanks for the majority of its leveling experience. So, in terms of combat rotation, just as a whole, Paladin is easier. In terms of gameplay as a whole, especially at max level, Warrior is easier. If you want to play the easiest tank and you intend to play it from level 1 to 90, then Warrior is the one to go with. If you want to pick up a tank and just try it out a little bit, then in the level 15 to 30 range, Paladin, Warrior, Dark Knight, it's almost the same. So it depends on what you want, Nick. Chuck says, how many retainers do you all have? I have 2. And Rallo just got a house. Nice. Both you and Pokeshack got a house. That's awesome. And Pokeshack says, at least it didn't crash in the middle of war crimes with Scholar. Actually, that that has happened. In Frontline, but not today. It's pretty funny when that happens, because your character, I believe your character just poofs out of existence. Which means that when you come back in, you might just spawn in the middle of an enemy army and then die. Next says, War is a cheating tank wannabe healer. True, true. You're not wrong. Oh dear. So here's an interesting little fun fact. If your game crashes, there's a decent probability that specific HUD layout elements, whether they hide or show, may be saved incorrectly. So it decided to hide my toolbox here for my default UI because it's hidden in my PvP UI. What was I talking about? Warrior, right. You thought Warrior had all the healing it could possibly ever want or need. But if you ask the development team, it wasn't enough. I want to clarify that, by the way, I make a Warrior guide, like, relatively recently before the Paladin rework. I make a Warrior guide because I couldn't make a Paladin guide, for example, because Paladin was slated to get reworked. I clarify exactly how to use Shake It Off, which did not include a heal over time effect. 6.3 adds a heal over time effect to Shake It Off, which it has when you learn it. That 300 potency it adds extra at, I don't know, like level 80 something? Level 76 is weaker than heal over time component that it comes with out the box. And yes, it is out the box. I will show you. Let's see, level Doma Castle. So now we're going to be level 68. This is Shake It Off when you learn it. 15% shield, and then 500 potency over 15 seconds. Just because it wasn't good enough already, right? Warrior didn't have enough healing, right, guys? Gunsmoke says, how do I get rid of the hotbar numbers? Yeah, how is it you do that? Go to character configuration, go to hotbar settings. There's a button here that specifically says display hotbar numbers. There's also this one here to hide the weird arrows, if you don't use that for anything. I also recommend, while you're here, to check this setting, type 2, centered. That is why when you have this setting, you can see there's this little tiny number in the bottom left. If you choose centered, it becomes this large central number instead. It's a lot easier to see. I actually have a guide on pretty much everything in the configurations you could ever want to change. Let me see if I can find it. Ajax says, I think the first video I watched of yours was a UI guide. I have the keybinds guide that I released like on the day Endwalker came out. And then there's the UI tips where I go over everything you can do in the character config and things like that. That came out significantly later. Oh, sorry about that, Gunsmokes. You can, if you middle click, I believe, that usually opens it in a new window. And click on the mouse wheel. I'll just repeat. I said that because iChuck says, I think the first video I watched of yours was a UI guide. I have a keybinds, like a sort of mini tutorial where I talk about the thought process of keybinds, which I released, I believe, on the day Endwalker came out. And then there's this UI tips video. Now, for anyone wondering why on earth I would make a keybind tutorial on the release of Endwalker, of all things I could possibly release, why would I make that? The keybinds tutorial is a raw cut video with no, with no cuts, just straight up from start to finish, me showcasing with no jumps, me keybinding Summon at level 80, Reaper at level 70, and Sage at level 70. Basically showcasing, and the reason why it had to be done like that is because I was going to play Summoner through the main quest, so I had to record it there, because I was going to put in the keybinds as I intended to put them in, showing the thought process, literally, as it's happening. Gunsmoke says, I'm guessing you have a Razor Naga. No, I don't. I have a Corsair Scimitar, which is also an MMO mouse with a thumb grid. Yeah. In my keybinds video, I actually showcase exactly how my setup works. Let me find that. This search in my video list really varies in how useful it is. What you'll see is that I have like straight up pictures of the side of my mouse and the exact keyboard that I use to showcase how my keybinds are. Like, you will also be surprised to find that I have the basic movement keybind, so I can keyboard turn if I need it, things like that. And that's also why, and that when people ask about my keybinds, I tend to recommend that you do what works for you, because my keybinds might not work for you. What matters is that you do what works for you. And some of the things that I go over in this keybinds practical demonstration is that, for example, and this is probably easier to demonstrate at, in a normal location. Where my hotbars aren't all weird. That some of the thought process of where I put my keybinds boils down to, but where did I put it for the other job? For example, with Scholar and Sage, you can see that Sacred Soil and Kiraholi has a very similar effect, so they are on the exact same keybind. Likewise, you can see the basic heal, the basic shield, the AoE shield, same keybind. The AoE heal that spends a resource and the single target heal that spends a resource, same keybind. And you can also see protraction and crosses, which are similar in use case, same keybind. The reason why you do this is because if you use the same keybinds for similar reactions, then it will be easier to learn multiple jobs. But but you copying my UI, like my hotbars for one job, is not going to be helpful if you prefer to have things differently. So it doesn't always work. It's pretty funny that if I've played Paladin for a while, I will often click Shift 6 by accident because I want to use the provoke for something. So there's a lot to think about when you're doing keybinds. And that's why it can be difficult to figure out. Like, I see more often than not, I see players that play console that needs a setup guide, and I could imagine so. The biggest reason why I know how to keybind is because I've played World of Warcraft for 15 years, so it's sort of ingrained how to keybind things. The only reason why my interrupts aren't on Shift 2 is because I managed to get a different muscle memory in Final Fantasy XIV before actual interrupts became common in the game. Before that, it was just 1 second silence, and it was a roll action back when you could only have 5. So you had to choose between interject or something like Rampart, which meant that you typically didn't take interject. No. Now we are in the situation that we have had about 2 hour 45-minute PvP stream, followed by 2 hours of talking about everything and anything. So this is definitely the tail end of the stream, Raven. And it was a great stream, in fact. Thank you for checking in anyway. I hope you had a good day. And continue to have one. Gunsmoke says, friends tried to make me play WoW, but I just couldn't. It's not for everyone. I think my my best experiences with World of Warcraft was playing with specific friends. Like, I enjoyed raiding, but only when I was raiding with specific friends. BFA, I played 1 month of BFA. And I think that was the last time I played World of Warcraft. But yes, just to finish up then, I would like to remind you that the YouTube channel has a Discord server. On that server, it is a lot easier to follow the schedule of the channel, which means that you will be able to see exactly when I post new content. Sometimes there's more than what is on the schedule, but anything that is on the schedule is always happening. So if you want to keep track of what's happening, that is the best place to do that. Similarly, there's a channel specifically for when I post new videos, so you will know much sooner when new content is coming out from the channel. You will get to know immediately when I post a new video, and you will get a notification from that channel. You could say I don't tag very often, out of not wanting to annoy people. But there are certainly posts every time I make any video with links, so you will not miss any of the content. It is also a great place to find other people that watch the streams. Just today, we had a little discussion regarding this G-shader situation. On the community Discord, the primary focus of said conversation was trying to figure out what people that had G-shade should do to fix their game. It was not so focused on talking about whether it's good or not, or bad or not, or what or who's to blame or not. It was more a matter of how can you protect yourself from these kinds of problems, and what can you do right now that you had G-Shade in that very immediate moment. And then there's also channels for sharing memes and glamours and music. So there's a lot of fun happening there. It's just not the most aggressive channel. Not always there's a lot of conversation. And, as mentioned previously and seen on the schedule, tomorrow and Thursday there's going to be some Dragoon guides for new starters and for high level as well. And as always, the high level part also includes endgame openers, rotations, and stat priorities. And on Friday, we're going to continue this conversation we had earlier about whether the 2-minute burst rotations for all jobs is actually a good thing. So I hope you will find that interesting. That will be a video premiere. So I hope I'll see some of you guys for that. Other than that, I don't have anything else left on the schedule for tonight. So thank you all so much for watching, and good night or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you all very soon. Good night. Thank you for watching. Good night.